Welcome, everyone, to Hindsights 2020, the year in review. On tonight's live stream, we'll be looking back at the year and talking with some of Manitoba's best musicians, comedians, and sports personalities to see how they've been coping with the lockdown. Tai Poo, who is a Winnipeg musician and poet, will be hosting the review of some of Manitoba's finest musicians while showcasing their accomplishments and talking about the challenges presented by 2020. Comedy director Big Daddy Taz will be speaking with local comedians and venues about how they've been affected by changes to their live performance industry. Ted Wyman, Winnipeg Sun sports editor, will host his fireside chats with various personalities from our 4 professional sports teams. We've brought together 4 hours of fun, so keep it right here for our countdown to 2021.
Yeah, we finally here, getting ready to count down to the new year. I am Tai Poo, the one Poo Kona, and on behalf of our producers, John Hoshin and Tody Whitting, we want to thank all y'all for coming out and joining us on Facebook and YouTube Live. We're getting ready to count down to midnight, and on the way, we're going to be sharing some time with some artists and comedians and some sports people, and we just want to make sure that y'all understand, we're going to make sure that all the contact information for all the entertainers you see tonight is available to you so that you can get out there, you can support these folk, get some of their merch, get some of their product, man, just get down in these things. We're going to get live inside the vibe right about now. All right, here we are, still rolling Hindsights 2020, and right now we're going to get down with Jade Turner. Nice to meet you, Jade. How you doing?
Good. How are you? Nice to meet you too.
I'm excellent, man. We really vibing out. We've been meeting up with a whole bunch of local artists and cats that have Manitoba roots. So I had a chance to check out Highway Town, your video. When did you guys shoot that video?
Oh, it was like the beginning of the pandemic, actually. We shot that with a cell phone.
Okay, cool.
We were having a hard time trying to figure out what we were going to do, like with everything being shut down. we decided we wanted to do something that was going to be fun and not so serious, I guess.
Well, I think it's really cohesive vibes. I loved the the backyard shots, the porch shots, the on the road shots, and you gotta tell me, man, who was in the gorilla costume?
I can't tell you.
Oh, they ain't gonna let you speak on it, huh? I was wondering if it was you, man. I was like, I don't know.
I don't know.
So I just wanted to give a shout out to whoever it was in the gorilla suit. They did a fantastic job. The Flossum Gorilla. Nice vibes. So with what has been going down, how have you been keeping yourself busy, musically speaking?
I haven't been writing too much either. I wrote one song during the whole pandemic, and that's pretty much it. And then other than that, I've been doing a lot of Zoom meetings and online interviews, so that's been good. I just been, being a mom, and I got back to work last month, so that's pretty much all I've been up to, really.
Seeing as things are kind of unpredictable now, what are your upcoming plans in terms of getting into new music? You said you wrote one new song. In terms of, connecting with community and sharing your music and stuff, what kind of approach are you planning on taking?
Well, I am going to be releasing more. I've been putting it off for quite a while now, and I feel like it's just what for? You know what I mean? Like, it's always like there's always something that's going to be in my way, no matter what it is, if it's COVID, if it's whatever, but I'll just figure it out. So I decided to just go ahead, and I'm releasing another song in January. That song is called Hangover Blues. It's a really, really, probably my favorite song that I wrote, actually. It's my favorite song to sing. I love singing it. It's a real belter.
Nice.
It's like my ultimate favorite song to sing live, especially because everybody just, at that time, I guess, when we had audiences, they would get right into it and they're like, yeah, like, so.
Well, you know what? Like I'm saying, I'm glad for the introduction. I really dug the video. I really look forward to what you're going to be getting into and what you're going to be doing next. I wish you the best with it. And for other people who are just meeting you for the first time, why don't you break it down for them? Let them know how they can get a hold of you and how they can connect with you.
I think the easiest way is to go to my website, which is jadeturnermusic.com. That has links to all my socials, which I'm on Instagram, I'm on Facebook, I'm on Twitter, everything that I have to be on. And then you can find my music on pretty much everything, Spotify, Apple, anything you want to use to stream or buy, please buy.
Right on. Well, we're looking forward to your success, and I want to thank you. This is Hindsights 2020 with Jade Turner.
Thank you for having me.
Right on.
I've been living here for what seems like an eternity. Same people, same roads. Staying here feels like insanity. I'm sure I'll miss my friends. I'm sure I'll miss my dad. But if I'm gonna grow, I've gotta get out of this hole. 'Cause this ain't nothing but a highway town. This ain't nothing but a drive-through. No one ever says, man, I think this is where I'll plant my roots. This ain't nothing but a highway town. This ain't nothing but a highway town. My grandma says, my girl, I think you've gone a little crazy. You should stay right here at home with all of your family. I say, yeah, you might be right. This is something I've gotta do. I can't take this gypsy heart, and I don't want to. 'Cause this ain't nothing but a highway town. This ain't nothing but a drive-through. No one ever says, man, I think this is where I'll plant my roots. This ain't nothing but a highway town. This ain't nothing but a highway town. I know I'll come back someday. There ain't no place like home. I regret it if I stay, so I gotta go. This ain't nothing but a highway town. This ain't nothing but a drive-through. No one ever said, man, I think this is where I plant my roots. 'Cause this ain't nothing but a highway town. This ain't nothing but a drive-through. No one ever says, man, I think this is where I plant my roots. This ain't nothing but a highway town. This ain't nothing but a highway town. Highway town.
Hey folks, welcome down to the old Times Change High and Lonesome Club. Quick reminder for those of you who have not heard it recently, you're all good people with excellent taste in music. We're running a little bit of a fulfillment center here right now, serving up takeout music in the form of our brand new compilation album. We still got a lot of living to do. And that's the truth, folks. We sure do. And we're looking forward to doing lots more of it with you in 2021. Happy New Year. Take care of yourselves. Take care of your friends, your family. Take care of your loved ones. Take care of people you don't even know. Let's all do it together. Good to see you. And we'll see more of you real soon.
Hey, it's Big Daddy Daz. Welcome back to Hindsights 2020, where we're trying to find the pot of gold at the end of this very brown rainbow. My next guest is somebody that I've known for probably 25 years or more. He's a comedian, a musician, a songwriter. He got to play for Barack Obama at his inauguration, and he's a soon-to-be author and an Elvis impersonator. So please welcome Mr. Big Bear Jerry Barrett.
Hey, Dennis. Happy New Year.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, it's nice to see that you're here.
Yeah.
Are you going to be able to focus, or how much of that?
Hello there.
Did that cost you a couple of bucks?
Good to be here.
I'm glad. Well, especially for you, because COVID, for entertainers, it shut us all down. But you actually took it a step further and got yourself some COVID in your body there, buddy.
Yeah, that's right. I'm such a committed to the craft of comedy that I thought I better actually get the disease, see what it's like from the inside out. And it was the end of October, and I wasn't feeling well. My wife wasn't feeling well. And apparently she brought home the COVID for me, which is better than another lover. But she brought home the COVID, and then she got really sick, and then I got really sick, and we kind of went through it together.
Oh, well, at least you're sharing.
How romantic!
How romantic is that? Yes. Oh man, and you were saying that you ended up having to give up some gigs because when they put the tube in it, and it damaged your vocal cords a little bit, eh?
Yeah, exactly. Well, the COVID itself drains you of energy, the extreme fatigue. You go to sleep at night and you don't want to wake up ever. And, because I'm also diabetic. Hey, there's a trifecta. Because of diabetes, you have to eat 3 times a day.
Yeah.
But at some point, you just don't want to wake up to even have a bowl of soup or a piece of toast. It just drains you. And the migraines was driving me crazy. So yeah, we had all the symptoms with the exception of the respiratory problems, thank goodness. Because we were able to pull out at about 2 weeks we were cleared to go back to work.
Oh, that's good. And you're feeling better now. I see that smile on your face, and you're good to go. And you got
it's that chicken head that I was wearing. It's kind of cut off my circulation a little bit.
Oh man! So I know it's been tough for all of us, and you lost a bunch of gigs that were coming up because you ended up having to be a method actor, right? And getting the COVID and health wise, I'm so happy. As soon as I read that, I just wanted to make to know that our love was with you too. You feel kind of useless as somebody who I reached out to you, said, hey, do you need anything? I'll bring you whatever, and you were just like, no, we got things covered. But it felt so useless being a friend, not being able to help you, bud. Like it was.
We certainly appreciate the offer, but again, thank God you didn't come over. Because who knows? Like we don't even know how we got the COVID. Yeah. It could have been a pizza box coming into the house. It could have been a doorknob somewhere. It could have been a shopping cart. And we practiced all the safety protocols, and yet it still managed to get into the house. So. I spoke to after my COVID, I got gallstones and I had to go to the hospital. And the nurse there, she said, thank God you didn't come into the hospital when you had COVID and you wrote it out at home. But the only way we would have gone in is if we couldn't breathe, if we were really having difficulty breathing. So. And
I know you too. There was you were bringing the laughter to the hospital. I know for sure. You were like. There, because this is a family-friendly thing, I know you can only tell us a few of the things that you were saying, but tell me a couple of things that you said while you were at the hospital, because I remember them and I want you to tell them because they made me giggle quite hard about.
Well, first of all, if you don't want COVID because you'll be tired 24 hours a day and you'll want to sleep 24 hours a day. Now, I know a lot of comics are like that. They're just lazy.
You just described my depression, buddy.
I know it's kind of that way, but and I don't know if it was the drugs that I was on because they put you on a lot of fluids, and fentanyl was one of them. Who knew? Wow. I know it was pretty powerful drug, and it was either I'm turning into an old man or I didn't know what was going on because one morning I was in the hospital and I said, where are my glasses? Has anybody seen my glasses? Where could my glasses be? And the nurse said, they're on top of your head. Oh, they're up there. So, I don't know if that's a COVID
I
brain.
think that might just be our age, buddy.
I think that's what it's going to be.
I'm going to read the kids, right? And I said, I can't find my glasses. And Kyler goes, do you want the ones on your head or the ones hanging from your shirt?
You're making a spectacle of yourself.
Oh, I can see that happening. You know what? I know it's been a tough go of it. Any silver lining to COVID for you? Anything that's...
Well, it certainly makes you think about your life, because you go on some of the social platforms and people are so depressed, so thank goodness for a program like this, so that maybe we can, lift their spirits a bit. But I see that on Facebook. People just are so depressed. And so it's caused me to put pen to paper or my keyboard to work. And I've been just doing a lot of writing, and I'm working on my autobiography. And the scripts that I've written over the years, they're plenty. So even movies and TV shows.
I just got this one. That's all I've written.
Haven't been produced, But I thought if a TV producer or movie producer doesn't get to this, I'm going to make it into a book. And it'll be my autobiography plus short stories and scripts that I've written through the years. So I have something to leave, right? Something
you know what? And a lot of people have gotten creative. The only thing that I did is I grew this beard. That's the only thing that I really did. But you know what? I do want to talk to you because you released your song right in the middle of COVID, right? Yeah,
I have always wanted to write an original song, and I'm a big country music fan. And,
yeah, you are.
And I thought, gosh, what am I going to write about? And there was this girl. So there's always a girl. And my high school crush. And I followed her around high school, and it was, puppy love on my part, but she wanted nothing to do with me. It never worked out. We never went on a date. We just kind of looked at each other across the hallways going to classes. And so I thought, I'm going to write that song. I'm going to write a song, about my experience there. Well, I could only come up with one verse. So then I started talking about my hometown, and it ended up being a love song to the community that I grew up in, Grand Valley, Ontario.
They say you can't go home again, but when I close my eyes, there I am, back in time, doing just fine in the valley. County road and around the bends, you'll find Grand Valley and all my friends. It's nice to dream and be back home again. I remember the days of my teenage years, and oh, what a summer sight. And when the sun went down, we cruised the town, man, those valley nights. There was dust in the air from tractors over there. We were boys trying to be men. Down on Main Street with nothing to do. Tomorrow night we do it again. Here we go. Ooh, in the valley. Ooh, back in time. Come on home, boy. Come on back to the valley. Your friends are here and everybody's doing fine. Hometown hockey, he shoots, he scores. Small town baseball games. It was small enough to know your neighbor, and everybody knew your name. My high school world was a blonde-haired girl. I followed her around. I chased that girl from another town. Lesson learned when she turned me down. Ooh, in the valley. Ooh, back in time. Come on home, boy, come on back to the valley. Your friends are here and everybody's doing fine.
That's a great song. I knew that you're a musical. We've toured together for, I don't know how many decades, a couple decades for sure.
Yeah.
And, Big Bear, I heard that song and it blew me away. I had high expectations because it was you, and you just blew away my expectations. It was awesome. It's a really good song. I'm hoping lots of people, it's called Valley Nights. And I'm hoping, I'm hoping it comes something great for you, and you write more and more and more.
Yeah.
You know what? We're going to wrap this up. I'm going to just tell you how much I adore and I love you, and I'm so glad that COVID spit you out, buddy. I'm just glad that they're like, ugh, we can't have that in my mouth. It's yucky. So there you go.
Happy New Year to everybody, and
Happy New Year.
Sounds like the rooster's back.
That's how you got to start your next song, right there. Just right. That's exactly it.
With this look, this will get more girls, I'm sure.
This is exactly. You look like a unicorn that's lost a lot of weight. Okay, Jerry. Lots of love to you, buddy, and all the best in 2021 and forward, pal.
Right back to you, and stay safe, everybody. Have a great 2021.
Still to come, Eagle and Hawk, Kendra Kay and Drew Wolotarski from the Winnipeg Blue Bombers.
Hey, Donald sent me. He told me to tell you you're doing a great job. Just keep on taking time. They say 2 minutes, you do 4. Get it? You're doing a great job. And X-nay on the racist, eh? Hey, what kind of shampoo do you use? You smell good. I think I'm gonna stay here a while and just sniff it. Oh, that's the stuff, baby.
All right, here we are, y'all. I want to welcome y'all back to Hindsights 2020. Sitting down with James Cohen right now. Another cat that's new to me. Man, I'm saying I'm loving this whole thing. So I'm getting to meet all these new artists that I haven't been familiar with. Now, in Driving My Life Away, again, really, really digging the vibes, man. Like some really tasty music y'all cats got going on. I was wondering about the Don't Give Up, Don't Waste Your Time stickies.
Well, I mean, so what happened there was I was approached by a fellow named Eric Alper out of Toronto, who has a pretty large following. He's sort of a music critic and just a fan. And he approached me in the spring and he said, James, I've heard some of your stuff. I really like it. And he said, in light of the shutdown and the pandemic related to COVID-19, do you have some songs where you could put some videos together that you think would speak to people with regards to what a lot of us are going through, being isolated and everything. And I have to give credit to my wife, Linda. She thought that song really fit the mold. And, she worked with the company locally, Polar Bear Productions, to put together, again, stock footage and just kind of those themes of isolation, a lot of time on our hands, and to make the best of it.
Yeah, man, the family vibes that were in there, the connectivity. Yeah, man,
Yeah.
I was really, and then just that meditation, right? That meditation of, I think it was Don't Waste Your Time was up first, and then the Don't Give Up sticky came on top of it, man.
Yeah. And those are all things, we all have a lot of time. I mean, we're, on the weekends, it's like, I normally play a lot of hockey and go to the gym and, go out to restaurants. And I mean, can't do any of that right now. So we're all trying to figure out ways to fill the time and, make good use of it.
I want to wish you the best. And I think we're going to get into one of your videos now. But again, I saw These Long Nights and I saw Dreaming My Life Away, bruh. You're going to be one of them cats that I'm following, dude. So I wish you the best with everything moving forward, all right?
Appreciate it.
Looking out on my windowsill, my mind just started to play. unfolding. My destination's unclear, but as long as my hand you're holding, then my answers are here. I don't need much, but I do need you. And I've got no place I'm going to. Oh, no, 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 no. 'Cause I've been dreaming my life away. I'm just waiting for better days. I've been dreaming my life away. I can't think of a better way. Come on now. I don't need much, but I do need you. And I got no place I'm going to. Oh, no, 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 no. 'Cause I've been dreaming my life away. I'm just waiting for better days. I've been dreaming my life away. I can't think of a better way. Oh yeah. I just need you. I just need you. And I've been dreaming my life away. Been dreaming my life away.
All right, all us cats down here at Hindsights 2020 want to do a special shout out to all the live entertainment venues. We know last year was a trip. I mean, it was hitting y'all up personally. It was hitting y'all up professionally. We just wanted to send out some love to all y'all for supporting the industry, and that's why we decided to do this, because we wanted to try to continue your work, and hopefully in the new year we'll be able to get back with y'all. So, till you get to that point in time where we can all be sitting in one spot sublime, want to send y'all a big shout out.
Stay tuned. Coming up, Big Daddy Taz will be speaking with Al Simmons.
Maman, hey, maman, hey. Elle était belle et souveraine, berceau de toute l'humanité. La brume caressait ses ailes comme un élan de liberté. Ah.
All right, so here we are, Hindsights 2020. I am with Kelly, is it Bado?
Bado, yeah.
Right on, sis. I'm excited to be sitting down and talking with you. We're kind of taking a look at artists in our community, and so far I've been introduced to a whole bunch of artists that are new to me, and I am grateful for these introductions because, again, we have another phenomenal artist, man. I listened to the track Mama Hey, and it was like I was really vibing with it, real nice feel and everything, and then it got to a portion where it was kind of like this Afro-Caribbean vibe kicked in, right? And you got real rhythmatic with the word sound and everything. So I'm wondering, how many languages do you speak? And where are you
So
from?
I speak French, English, and my mother tongue is called Atié. That's from Côte d'Ivoire. It's on the west coast of Africa.
For the audience that is having an opportunity to enjoy your music, perhaps for the first time, Mama Hey in particular, what is that song about?
This is just my second album, but still, in my first album, I had a song about Africa, and I felt like I will always have that. So when I sat down, started to think about Africa, I just had that rhythm there. And I always think about Africa as a queen. I talked about how, she was robbed of her authority, with all the colonization when you think about that history there. And I'm sort of saying, not only that, but it left the mark where now you have all these politicians and leaders who are not really honest as well with the people. Even though we took back our freedom, it's somewhat not totally a freedom. So I'm in between. I'm wondering, is it because of that you have these politicians now that are not authentic? They say a bunch of things, and when they're elected, they just change their mind. So the people is left out. So I felt like a little rage, and I was like, you used to be a queen, you were Africa, you were motherland, and then you got robbed, and then you have this new generation, and they're still not doing well. They're still not giving you back your rights and what you had. So I'm a little bit frustrated in the song, but at the same time, I'm asking, can we hope for a better future? Like, is it possible that there could be a generation that comes and really do the right thing, So that's what the song is about. And also a bit of dancing, because that's what Africa is about. We have that rhythm.
Exactly. You got to keep the vibes up, right? And
You have to keep the vibe, yeah.
It helps you to get, it's kind of the modality for getting through the difficulty is the celebration, right? And celebrating the fact that we are standing up, celebrating the fact that we are trying to get in motion and create that improvement.
It's like a failed system. I don't know how to explain it better, but it's like they tried to do something and then like bring in something, but it didn't work out well, and then they left. So we left out with some kind of transitioning system. So it's not quite what it was, but it's not finished. It's not like a finished product. So it's halfway, and unfortunately people are suffering from it. And you add to that, of course, like corruption, and as we know, like where to find someone who can be really honest and do things for the people.
I hope that this, right, the whole idea behind these interviews was to kind of give your audience and potential audience an opportunity to kind of meet you, get to know you, and I appreciate that you're taking advantage of it like you are.
Thank you so much for having me, and I really have a hope that we all get through this, and I send hugs and encouragement to everybody, and so thank you again for the opportunity.
Right on. Well, here we are, Kelly Bedeau, and we're doing it up on Hindsights 2020. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you so much.
Sa couronne, elle l'a échangée pour des morceaux de verre brisés. Tout un royaume dispersé, comment retrouver la paix? Encore, dites-moi que je n'ai pas tort de rêver. Encore.
Elle a cru en toutes les promesses, vaines et pleines d'avidité. Les façons de faire des hommes d'hier seront bientôt dépassées. Ah, il n'est pas interdit d'espérer. Sur cette terre, rien n'est éternel. La roue finira par tourner pour qu'elle retrouve sa lumière. Encore, dites-moi que je n'ai pas tort de rêver. Encore, dites-moi que le meilleur est à venir. Mama, 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 eh. Mama, 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 eh. Mama, 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 eh. Mama et Mama Africa, c'est en nous que sommeille ta fierté. Mama et Mama Africa, c'est en nous que sommeille ta liberté. Encore, dites-moi que je n'ai pas tort de rêver. Encore, dites-moi que le meilleur est à venir. Mama, 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 eh. 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 Hey, hey. Mama, 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 hey.
Now we're going to do a little segment for you called Blast from the Past. Now, this segment, we're going to highlight all kinds of TV personalities and shows that entertain us on local TV in Manitoba over the last 40 years or so. We're going to start with Peter Jordan, best known for his TV show called It's a Living, which aired on CBC from about 89 to 2003. He was also an accomplished musician. Peter had an alter ego known as Rocky Roulette and was super popular in the 80s and 90s. We did some searching on the web and we found a few clips to highlight the career. And it's our first blast from the past. Local celebrity Peter Jordan, or as we like to call him, Rocky Roulette.
Quit? What do you mean quit? Bert, you can't quit on me now. You've been with me since day one. All right, look, how much is this chicken joint gonna give you? 20 more bucks a week. Jeez, I can't afford that. Oh, it's not just the money. Well, what else is there? Okay, listen, I'll tell you what I'll do. Look, I'll give you 10 more bucks a week, all right? I'll give you your own parking spot on weekends, and look, I'll even embroider your name on your apron myself. What do you say? You had a great future in pizza, Bert. Goodbye.
So, what? Problems in Pizza Paradise?
Yeah, Bert just quit on me. He was working out so well, too. Where am I going to find somebody to take over on such short notice?
If it makes you feel any better, I'll go run your pizza joint for tonight, okay?
Marv, what do you know about running a restaurant?
Hey, what are you talking about? Come on. Any ding-dong can run a pizza joint, huh?
Well, look, will you call me if the slightest thing goes wrong? Anything, okay? Just call me.
Not to worry, not to worry. trust, big fella. I keep telling you, you gotta learn to trust people, huh?
Okay.
Ah, that's what I like to hear, huh? That's my boy. Okay, come on, get out there and sing, 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 sing. Hey, Ricky, pepperoni. That's the green stuff, huh? It's coming, all right? It's an art, okay? Have a little patience for crying out loud. The sauce! Oh, she can. Yeah, Rocky's Pizza.
Hey, my pizza. You stand up?
Hang on. Cheese. Want pizza? Here's your pizza. Double cheese. What? Yeah. Good. Whoa, what do you mean sizes? We got big, we got little, okay? You want sizes, you go to a shoe store, all right? Yeah.
It's a family place, away from the rat race, and we like it that way in Transcola. We make parodies. We say hi neighbor, hi neighbor. We love our children in Transcola. Transcola is the place to go. Transcola, home of the flamingo. Transcola, of the working Joe. Transcola, yeah. We make buses, boxcars and babies. We say tough hockey. Great tough hockey. Working on the railroad in Transcola. Some work all day, some work all night. Working for a living in Transcola. Transcola, it's the place to go. Transcola, home of the flamingo. Transcola, of the working Joe. Transcola, yeah. We love Transcola. We love Transcola.
Brought you a little something to kind of help celebrate our understanding each other's business, huh?
Oh, great. I'm really starved. Maybe we'll save it for later, Mark.
Before and after. Sorry, kids, didn't want to scare you, but it's going to happen to you too. Well, I was really honored to be the honorary mayor of Transcona, and to see that video again was really, really wonderful. Kind of a strange year this year, we all have to admit, but let's think of it this way. Let's sit down our basements or wherever and get lots of great ideas for the biggest party in the universe in 2021, when we can hug each other and dance in a real sweaty, close, kind of tight dance floor. Until then, have a really happy new year.
Yes, y'all, that's right. Hindsights 2020 back at y'all with some more music, some more musicians. Right now, I am chatting with Rami Mays. How you doing?
I'm well, thank you. Happy holidays.
Thank you very much. And obviously, you are on the road. So the theme seems to be transportation right now. I recently saw the video. I know it's from a little while ago, but I saw Devil on Both Shoulders. That,
right.
Man, that was such an amazing video. And I just wonder if you could speak about the concept behind the video, because the video was so hitting. And speaking of hitting, that wow moment, I'm not gonna bust out.
Don't
the wow
throw it
moment
away.
here,
Don't
but,
just give it away. You gotta watch it,
dude.
Yeah.
I'm saying you got me, man. And it was like, and I was sitting here. Tony was over there, and he was just like, "What the hell just happened?" I was like, "Dude, you gotta come and see this, man. This is crazy." So, Devil on Both Shoulders, man. Break it down for us. How did the video concept come together for you?
Yeah, so for that one and Lucky Tonight, like I'm not that kind of person that puts out a million albums because I have a million song ideas or a million videos because I just want to have a million videos. I've always kind of thought I had to wait till I had a good idea to do something. And so Lucky Tonight and Devil on Both Shoulders to me were ideas I had in my head about how to do the video for that song. And then I went to somebody and said, this is the story I want to tell. And the whole idea was always a double screen of good and evil. And that was sort of the idea. Yeah. So I don't want to give too much away either, but it is, at first when I watched it, I kind of thought, well, people catch on because the double screen's a lot to pay attention to. But then I thought, worst case scenario, they have to watch it twice.
I love the interplay.
So it was a perfect ploy.
Yeah, no, the back and forth in that video was so enticing because again, like, it was so visually stimulating. It was like you just get sucked right in, right, and then just seeing all the action, just totally digging it. But speaking
and
of,
then Paul Blair McLean. Actually, he's one of the sons and nephews of McLean and McLean, like the famous McLean and McLean of Canada. He is a filmographer and a good friend of mine. So when it came time to make this video, I told him my ideas and he was like, I see it. Let's do it. So it was really fun. I actually had a lot of hands-on with it. Like I was like, I want to set the scenes, So I was like putting like fake cocaine on tables at one point, though I don't think that it was really shown. And I put like, I just set up I got the costumes for people and stuff. And I was really excited about doing that part too. So it was a really hands-on project.
Right on. Well, you know what? It's entirely appropriate that you pulled over to the curbside to do this interview with us. So
what? Yeah.
I'd like you to break it down for us because a lot of musicians I've spoken to have referred to the curbside concerts. You're taking care of the Winnipeg arm of that. So how is that?
I actually produce Manitoba and Alberta now. I've been given Alberta as well. So I produce Manitoba and Alberta. It's just the coolest thing. I don't know why we haven't done this bazillion years ago. And I'm so happy with what's happening. My friend Matt Masters, who is a musician and an entrepreneur from Calgary, started it in March. And he was the guy that came up with the idea that musicians need music to play, or they need places to play, and that music lovers need music. So he just put the two and two together. Yeah, and he started it a really small, humble little affair that he was just doing by himself from home, where he was booking gigs for musicians to come play curbside safely during COVID to people who wanted to. It's like skip the dishes for music, right? Like go on a website, choose and so so it's really developed. It's really expanded. I actually just expanded to Vancouver. So I'm going to be doing a little bit of BC as well. And then there's a producer in Toronto and for the GTA and Ontario. So now, it's just this cool thing. Like you hire a musician from the roster, you book them to come play at your curbside or boulevard, or, when we had a little less restrictions, you could have a yard party, as long as everybody was physically distanced, maybe a bonfire. Right now we're doing Christmas caroling. So we just wanted to find a way to still do what we wanted to offer people in the first place. We wanted to do it especially now. So we found some brave soldiers for the Winnipeg winter and across Canada, but particularly brave in Winnipeg, to do a month of Christmas caroling. We have French caroling and Hanukkah caroling that was a really busy one this weekend during Hanukkah. And you could stay in your home safe, just open the front doorway because it's caroling, right? So it's just a serenade. You don't really feel like you have to have a gathering and a sit down outside with friends. You could just appreciate the lovely music that's a gift for Christmas.
Well, I might have to link up with you and I can represent Kwanzaa for you, man. We'll get that inside the fold. For
I think that's a great idea, actually.
For artists and musicians that are interested in getting down with the Curbside Connection, what's the best way for them to get in touch with you and sign up?
Super easy. Curbsideconcerts.ca is our website. If you get off this phone call or this video and you watch it and you're like, I really like that curbside thing, but I can't remember what the website was, I'm Rami Mays. You can contact me directly as well. All over, you Google my name. I have there's Facebook and all this stuff that you can reach me through Instagram and LinkedIn and Twitter and whatever all the good ones are. And you could just contact me. And I'd be happy to facilitate that from there for you as well. It's we're probably going to lay low a little bit through January and February, but if you did have something, you could talk to us, and then we're going to kick back up full torque in spring again with the full roster.
So then looking forward and with, not having anything solid in terms of what is going to happen with restrictions and protocols and everything, do you have plans aside from, obviously now you're getting super busy with it if you're handling 3 provinces worth of curbside. Do you have any other plans in terms of bringing out new music, releasing any new videos, anything like that? Or are you kind of swamped right now?
Well, I guess I would like to use it that I'm just so busy with work, but really my excuse is pretty lame. It's that I just don't have it in me. Like I released Double Elbow Shoulders, the album to the video we were just talking about in 2015. And that was my last album. So I'm not really sure. Like, I have some songs I like. I'm the kind of person that waits till I have 12 I love before I even talk about studio and album. So I'm not there yet, and I'm just not forcing it. Obviously, this is a weird time to be working on music and trying to manufacture albums and trying to tour anyway. So it kind of gave me a good excuse to not feel bad for this year about not producing anything of my own. But I don't know. I still feel like a musician. I still feel like I am a writer. I still feel all those things. I just really don't have an avenue to really inspire me to go produce an album and put something together and tour it right now. I don't know when that would be, but if it happens, I'll do it. It's a big venture, lots of money and lots of energy. And then of course the touring of it's the point, right? So it's something I have to get my head around again. I've been slowing down with my old age,
Well, I've been hearing from a lot of musicians that they've kind of been enjoying the break, the financial break, because it is very expensive to try to promote yourself and travel and tour and do all of that. And as well, it's kind of nice just to be at home and not feel guilty about it. So
count on musicians to actually consider like not making money a financial break.
All right, so this is Hindsights 2020. We've been kicking it with Romy Mays, Curbside.
Romy Mays.
Sorry, okay. You know what? And I did that at the show too. It was like, how do I pronounce this? And then after I introduced you and everything, everybody's like, Romy was so amazing tonight. Wasn't Romy amazing? I was like, I think they're trying to tell me something. So yes, Romy Mays. You can catch up with her on Facebook. She's got videos up on YouTube. And obviously, Curbside Connections. If you want to do some Curbside concerts, she's the one you got to talk to. Thanks for hanging out with us, Romy.
Exactly. Thank you, Taipei. Have an awesome holiday season, and I guess Happy New Year.
Oh, and my name is Taipu, so there we go. We got each other on that one.
Thank you. You know what's really funny is that's the first time that's ever happened probably in my life, where like someone gets my name wrong and I'm all, oh, sorry, dear, it's Romy. And then I do the same back.
That's perfect, man. Right on. All right. Have you guys a
safe
trip.
So, Pico, it's been great.
Right on, man.
Romy loves you.
What do you do when the world starts calling your name? What do you do when everybody's feeling the same? What can you do when you want to shake it up? But your time to shake is out of luck. What do you do when the weight can't carry her? What can you say when language is your barrier? Where you gonna go when they wanna bring you down? Live where you're from, you ain't never leaving town. Na na na, na 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 na. You're getting older. Na 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 na. You're growing colder. Na 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 na. Devil on both shoulders. The devil on both shoulders. me. The only one believing in the story that you bought. Not the one who's guilty if you're not the one who's caught. Nah, 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 nah. You're getting older. Nah, 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 nah. You're growing colder. Nah, 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 nah. Devil on both shoulders. The devil on both shoulders. The devil on both shoulders, yeah.
I go a-mopping at the parish during the outbreak of COVID-19. I go a-mopping at the parish. I gotta keep it clean. It's only me here, all by my lonesome. The social distance is working for me. I'm at the parish, just a mopping, feeling so free. I could be working in my undies, wouldn't that be funny? No one here but me. No one would see me do the rumba or shaking my la bamba. I'm footloose and fancy free. I go a-mopping at the parish during the outbreak of COVID-19. I took my clothes off and kept a mopping. God, I felt so free. La 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 bamba. Woo! Oh yeah. There I was working in my undies, thinking I was funny, with no one there to see. But suddenly it hits me, admin and music ministry are also here, OMG. I go a-mopping at the parish during the outbreak of COVID-19. I go a-mopping with my duds on, I gotta keep it clean. Oh man.
Stay with us to see more Blast from the Past personalities.
Hi, everyone. We're here with Winnipeg Blue Bombers receiver Drew Wolodarski. Now, you know him as a guy who catches passes, won a Grey Cup, has played a few seasons here in Winnipeg, but he's also an accomplished musician, and I think it's a really cool story, Drew, because I think I interviewed you when you were just picking up the guitar, and that was only a couple of years ago. Yeah. And now you're writing songs, playing gigs, releasing music. Tell me how that happened so quickly, and is it just a testament to sort of your perseverance in these kind of things?
Yeah, so I actually picked up my guitar in Winnipeg my first year here, which was 2017, I guess. And I was living in Osborne on Morley Street, and my landlord, Betty, was like, hey, I'm getting rid of this old acoustic. Like, the back was falling off. Like, this part was literally hanging. She's like, I'm getting rid of this old Yamaha. Do you want it? And I love music. Like I've been singing for like since, I don't know, 8th grade. Like I just love to sing, you know, to these bands and like try to mimic voices or whatever, but I never picked up an instrument. But it is something I always kind of wanted to do. So I was like, oh yeah, totally. Like, give me that. I have all this time on my hands. I'm on the practice roster. Like the guys are gone, sometimes 4 days, you know, travel, game, and then 2 days off, whatever it is. So I'm by myself. I don't really know anyone. So I dove in, man. And like, even with those fat blisters on my fingers, like they're balls of gush. Like I couldn't stop, man. Like I was addicted to this thing. And, yeah, so I just started like learning chords, and then I learned some songs that I like to play. And then after about 6 months, I went home to Minnesota. I don't live there, but that's where I was staying. And I remember like writing my own tunes and just kind of trying to arrange. And because I had been, you know, writing since college. Was my major. I was an English major, and I'd been doing poetry forever since high school. So it kind of came together, and the poetry kind of set a nice structure for the music, and just kind of like listening to songs, getting a feel for transitions and tempo changes, and like trying to be creative with that, right? And that's obviously gotten much better as time has gone on, but yeah, just spending so much time on the guitar, like sometimes 8 hours a day. Like I really love it. And I don't think I've really had this passion about anything else in my life I can remember. Like there's nothing I've really wanted to just dive into and known for sure, like this is something I want to do for life. And even recently, you know, I wanted to make some music and put it out there, and COVID kind of hit, and you know, all the studios have closed. I can't even meet with guys to like jam out anymore. But I was like, dude, I don't care. Like I need to make music, and I really want to do this. So I went out, researched, you know, studio gear, studio equipment, you know, how to mix. I've joined a mixing like engineering course. Like, I don't know. I just feel like this is something that I take seriously and want to make good music. You know, it's not something that just I want to throw out there. It's something I take a lot of time on and want to get really good at, both the mastering and mixing process as well as the playing, and like being a guy who can just go anywhere and make the music wherever I am, you know, and share that. So yeah, like I think football has helped in the area of, you know, being comfortable just putting yourself out there, because, you know, you're playing in front of, you know, college over 100,000 people. And if you're worried about, will everyone like what I do, or what if I mess up, or whatever, like you'll never get anything sent out, right? You'll never push yourself to do it. So in that sense, football's been huge, as well as like getting the opportunity to go around town and play for people. You know, being a Bomber has helped me here, and you know, these curbside concerts. But you know, what I like is I go to these curbside concerts and people don't really know what to expect. You know, they're like, oh cool, this guy plays guitar or whatever. But you know, I leave and people share, you know, some intimate stuff, and they, you know, they've had really nice things to say, which is cool. And I think the perception changes a little bit. So I guess that's what this kind of is. You know, it's hard to see someone as something different than how you already perceive them, right? I'm a football player. That's how people see me. I'm hoping to change that perception and really just be Drew in whatever sense that means, you know, as a writer, a musician, a football player, and just kind of, you know, be that genuine self and have people see me for many different sides.
That's very cool, man. And I know that you're from California, played college ball at Minnesota, have been up here for a couple of years, a little Canadian heritage with your mom being from Montreal. But what made you decide to come back to Winnipeg here? You know, the COVID hit, you were down in California, and you said, I want to go back there. And I think maybe something to do with the music scene here.
Definitely. It was a combination of things, man. And fate is interesting in that way. I just had a breakup, and I was pretty bored. Like all we did was sit inside, you know, and it was kind of coming around the time of year when the season might have started. And I also just knew that this is kind of where I had the most connections, you know, musically. This is where I knew more people that could point me in the right direction. Because at that point, I knew absolutely nothing about music. It was a foreign world to me, right? All I knew is how to play guitar. That's it. And so I thought it was my best bet to kind of just leave all that behind in LA and go on this nice road trip and just kind of clear my mind and kind of process and get ready for a new adventure, I guess. And yeah, I mean, I just started slow, just started reaching out to venues and trying to find work, honestly. And then, you know, meeting guys who kind of pointed me in the direction of, you know, what I should be doing, who I should be contacting, how I should go about making music, how that's possible. Like, it was just a whole learning lesson, man. It's been 6 months of just pure learning. And there's so much more to go, but it's been fun. It's been an adventure for sure.
Really cool. And 2020 has been so weird for so many people. You're a football player and there was no football season. How did you process that?
You know, it's honestly been a process in itself. Like, at first it was almost strange. Like, you see the CFL as this huge entity. It's been going on for 100 years plus, right? And all of a sudden just doesn't exist, right? And that's weird for the brain. Like, that doesn't really make sense. My whole life has been summer football, fall season, like over and over for, I don't even know, 15 years straight. And all of a sudden it's like, well, you now have 8 months off. No, more than that. Like, I guess now it'll be over a year, right?
Yeah.
And so, wow, I was like, okay, this is real. Like, we legit won't have a season. I remember getting the email like, okay, we officially don't have a season. And I was like, wow, okay. What am I going to do, right? I think it just was a one day at a time thing because that's how this kind of all unfolded. And it was good to have a goal. And my goal was to make music, right? My goal was to release music. And so that's a faraway goal. But at the same time, it made the day-to-day things to make that possible easier because I had that in mind. I think that's what really helped me was having an objective, I guess. That really helped me out and just kind of kept me sane and kept me in the moment and just kind of gave me something to work toward.
We're all looking forward to a time when we can actually go and see you playing in a venue and get to experience more of that. Drew, I'm going to wrap it up here. I just want to say, Happy New Year to you, to your family, to your friends, and honestly, all the best in 2021. I can honestly say we all hope we see you on the field soon and get a chance to repeat as Grey Cup champions. Kind of nice that you get an extra year of that, hey?
Facts.
Things silver linings, right?
There you go, man. That's what I'm saying.
Anyway, thanks for being here, Drew, and have a great one.
All right, thanks, man.
If you get my letter, don't bother writing me back, 'cause I'm headed west from Tennessee, country built on running railroad track. Next stop is the Lone Star State. Finally know why they call it by that name. 'Cause I traded all the hearts for the riches and the fame. But what is thy pearl to an ocean cast away? Yeah, what is thy pearl to an ocean cast away? And if you see my face smiling on the evening news, well, look real close and you might find there inside lies a higher truth. man is hanging from imaginary noose. The more he's held, the less he knows to break loose. 'Cause I traded all the wisdom for the fickle-hearted prey. But what is a treasure that rusts into decay? How worshipped is the body that rots inside the grave? How empty is thy honor when in death we share the same name? How lonesome is lonely when you've only got yourself. How lonesome is lonely when you've only got yourself to blame.
Hey, welcome to Hindsight 2020, where we celebrate the brightest moments and the darkest of years. And I get to talk to one of my favorite people in the entire world. He's a Juno Award-winning comedy musician who's been on Sesame Street. And to me, in my heart, he's the embodiment of merriment and silliness. He's my iconic buddy. He is Al Simmons. Al Simmons, how are you?
Hey, good, Tazzy. Good to see you.
It's good to see you too. Do I look more 3D when you lean forward like that?
Yeah, it's like craziness. Whoa.
Let's go.
Whoa,
That's actually the most exercise I've got all during COVID, by the way. So 2020 has been kind of a dog of a year for a lot of reasons. Pandemic has forced us to stop working and things like that. But how have you been keeping busy during COVID? I know that you're doing a few things.
Yeah, well, you know, I'm the kind of guy that tends to enjoy just about anything. I'm enjoying my time at home. It's just Barb and myself there, my wife and I, and you know, the two of us built a new woodshed and went and gathered a whole bunch of firewood, and you know, I built a fence. I'm just loving it. Even taking the compost out to me is fun.
Is it fun? Well, guess what? I got a lot of fun activities that you can come over here and do that. First, we'll read Tom Sawyer, and then I'll get you to help me paint my fence. How's that sound?
Painting a fence. Oh, yeah.
Painting the fence. Have you been doing any online shows, Al, or
any online stuff I've done has been in the city and somebody has organized it. Winnipeg Symphony, some things, and at the Legislative Building, and you know, a few things like that where somebody else has organized it. But at home, I've got I built a brand new studio because my old one burned down. And
yes, I know that.
In the studio, I've created a little like a TV studio space where I'm able to make videos. So I make little silly videos and put them on YouTube, TikTok, Facebook, or whatever. And so that's been lots of fun.
So let me get this straight. You're on TikTok and I'm not. That's perfect. I'm gonna get everybody to check it out. You know, there is no reception out there because when I call, you never answer. But there might be because you have call display as well.
But the only way I'm on TikTok is my granddaughter set me up to be on there. Yeah.
Well, there's so much more technology now, and it's sort of saving the music world and comedy a bit, because even just like the show that we're doing right now, we because of the lockdown, you and I can't see each other. That and we don't really like each other. But but we can do this. We can chat and be silly and bring the laughter.
Yeah, I've loved. I watched you reading a book. Tazzy's going to read books online, so I went and clicked in, and you said, "Oh, there's Al." I didn't know you could see, so you saw there's Al Simmons. Hello, Al Simmons, and I'm saying hello, but you can't hear me. So I wasn't sure what was going on. And then our internet's cutting in, cutting out, cutting in, cutting out. And I couldn't follow the story you were reading. So I thought, well, I give up, and I clicked off. And then all of a sudden, you say, oh, Al Simmons left. Goodbye, Al Simmons. I guess he didn't like this story. And then everybody else is saying, why did Al leave? Why did you leave, Al? What's going on? It's like, oh my gosh, I didn't know everybody's watching.
Well, you know what? You think it was cutting in and out for you. I've got attention deficit disorder. That was just me reading the book.
That's how you read. Once upon a time, there was.
Once upon a time, squirrel.
What's that? But you know, I just so folks don't realize it, but for me, I had a work permit. It takes months to get it and costs a fortune to work in the U.S. for this whole year.
Yeah.
And I ended up doing one gig, so I lost all of that money. For that, and then I forgot to turn in you're supposed to turn in the work permit at the end of the time.
Yeah.
But I wasn't touring, so I ended up looking, and months later, I return it, and they're saying, well, probably you'll never ever get another one because you didn't turn it in when you returned to the Canada. So
I know I did the same thing, except for I turned mine in on time because I put a reminder in my calendar.
Oh man! And then I had the busiest year of my career booked. That all went down the tubes. But that's the bad news. Like, that's in the past. But the good news is I got to spend more time with Barb and I get to visit my sister. She's in my bubble, and like, life has been great. I've got basically no complaints.
See, I knew that I could count on you without even me having to ask you what the silver lining of COVID is. You know, it's you're such a positive, upbeat person, and I love you to bits for that, because I know that my mental health has been suffering a little bit, well, quite a bit. Me, same as you, I had the best year booked of my career, and it just went completely sideways. But you know what? I learned a few things, humility being one of them. Through this whole thing, but I also know that whenever I reached out to you, or whenever we would talk, there's always you could be on fire and you'd be like, well, but I'm warm, right? That sort of thing. So what's kind of what are you looking for? Other than getting back on stage and performing, because we can perform like this, but we can't feel the laughter, right? We can't interact with the people afterwards. We can't do any of that. But what's the number one thing that you're looking forward to do once all the restrictions are done and we're open, we're Wild West again?
Oh man, I feel the most at home. You probably have the same. I feel the most at home and at ease when I'm on stage. I just feel like my time, when I step on stage, nothing can go wrong, because whatever happens, and it's part of the show. And I get to the end of the show, and a lot of times the blessings, the comedy gods were smiling on me most when things went chaotic. That was the best. Like, oh, thank goodness the microphone, the stand fell over, this happened. Oh, that was so much fun. But the thing for me is, I've been doing this for over 50 years now, and it took me better than half my career to realize I could translate that into real life for the most part, where when things go wrong, just incorporate them into your daily life. It's just part of the show. Whatever goes wrong, it's like, wow, isn't that exciting? I'm alive.
My grandmother used to say, the more you complain, the less time you have to have fun.
Oh, I love that.
Yeah, and it's true. You're like you're like a walking meditation. Whatever comes at you, you just like, oh, well, here we go. You smile away and move forward through it.
Tazzy, though, you'd have to talk to Barb about that, because I always.
Hey, let's put it this way: in public, you look like you are the walking embodiment of meditation, and whatever comes your way.
Yeah. I burnt the toast again. Darn it, I burnt. Oh, wait a minute. I like crunchy toast.
Are there cameras? Well, hello, darling.
I like crunchy toast. But Tazzy, listen to this. That all of that stuff, that's in the past. And we're talking about how perhaps the COVID is going to go away. We're going to get vaccinated and all that, and that's in the future. Maybe that's going to be okay. But I think I lost you, Tazzy. Are you gone? Are you still there?
I'm still here. Can you see me?
Yeah. Anyway, so with that, all of that.
You mean you just lost my train of thought? Is that what you mean by lost?
Yeah, no, you were cut off. There was a little symbol here instead of you. I like talking to the symbol actually a little better.
I'll talk to the whole drum set, not just the cymbal.
But listen, so all of that stuff that went on, that's even our miscommunication here momentarily, that's now in the past. And the COVID-free thing is in the future. We don't even know if it's going to be there. All we've got is the present. There's no time like the present.
Well, you know you got to live in the moment.
Speaking of which, this is for you, Tazzy.
Oh my goodness! Well,
let me open it. I'll open it up. I'll give it to you right now.
Oh, perfect! That's awesome. I hope it's a puppy.
This is for you. Happy New Year, Tazzy.
Happy New Year to you, buddy.
I could tell by your laugh it wasn't good enough. You expect more from me. Okay, wait a minute. Here, Tazzy. All right. Happy New Year, Tazzy.
And Al, that's why I and many, many more love you. You just bring so much joy. I can't wait until we're able to take people away from their lives for a little bit when we're able to step on stage and be as silly as ever. Thank you for the interview, buddy. Happy 2021.
Tazzy, we've got a potential gig coming up in Enola for a fundraiser for the daycare. That's going to happen.
Again. We did it last year. I'm looking forward to it again.
It was supposed to be in the spring of this year or something, but it was canceled. A big kiss for you, Tazzy.
Well, I'll take that, buddy. Right back to you, pal. Happy New Year, buddy.
Happy New Year, everybody.
Folks, 2020 has been difficult for all of us, but imagine if you didn't have a home in all of this. Please give generously to Silo Mission or a charity of your choice.
An act of compassion. A caring hand. A sense of dignity. A moment of recovery doesn't just happen. These moments are made possible through selfless donations of money and time. Help us create more moments. Donate today.
All right, here we are, Hindsights 2020, and we are now chatting with Vince Fontaine, renowned, I guess, primarily for Eagle and Hawk at this point, but I see references to Indian City, and I know that you know a lot of musicians around town. Vince, how you doing today, brother?
Hey, very well. Thanks for having me here. Yeah, great to be here.
Right on, man. I wanted to chat with you about Great Divide. We were, as the producers were looking at it, they were checking out different videos and different footage that you guys have out online. And Great Divide is a hugely impactful video, the imagery you guys selected. I just wondered if you could chat with us a little bit about how all that came together.
Yeah, well, when we started sketching out some ideas for the latest Eagle and Hawk album, which is called Liberty, a lot of our stuff over the years tends to get a little social or political or whatever it is. I started thinking about a lot of the stuff you see on social media is really divided, right? Whether it's politics in the U.S. At the time, we were gearing up towards the Andrew Scheer, Justin Trudeau showdown. And, and then there's climate stuff, just the fact that there's so much divide going on. So that became kind of this, kind of this conviction that maybe we should say something about that through a song, and came up with a kind of a cool track. And I sat down with Chris Gaffney, and I had a bit of a music riff for it, and had some lyric ideas. And so we put that song down really probably August, September of 2019. And then when we released it as a single in the spring, a lot of the stuff, again, was highlighting a lot of the divide in the U.S. And of course, the video we put out was really pointed at the divide, the racial divide in the U.S. on the heels of the situation that happened in Minneapolis with George Floyd.
One life, you and I, are we satisfied with everything we long for? Look above, reach for love, lines in the sand are slowly getting stronger. It doesn't matter even if you're right. Check the facts before you set the fire. What kind of place have we made this world? I don't wanna take a side. I don't wanna run and hide. When it's said and done, I do believe we're living in the great divide. I see the news, opposing views, can't tell if it's fake, real or truthful. See the earth for what it's worth, where everything can be so beautiful. Am I wishing for something that is crazy, like a world of trust as you and faith in me? As life goes on, am I just getting older, older? I don't wanna take a side. I don't wanna run and hide. When it's said and done, I do believe we're living in the great divide. So come a little closer, great divide. So come a little closer, in the great divide. So come a little closer, great divide. So come a little closer. It doesn't really matter, matter, matter where you've been. It don't matter, matter. We can start again live. Oh, where everybody wins. I don't wanna take a side. I don't wanna run and hide. When it's said and done, I do believe we're living in a great divide. So come a little closer. So come a little closer. Gotta stop the great divide. So come a little closer. Yeah, yeah. So come a little closer. Gotta stop the great divide. So come a little closer. Oh no. So come a little closer. Come a little closer.
All right, y'all folk better be ready for some more fun, because we about to get down with Mike Polanski. He's a local cat that gets down with all kinds of local cover bands, and during lockdown, this dude got crazy creative, bubbling all kinds of new tunes and recording his own videos, some of them with his phone. Let's go check him out.
Why always be left in the dark? Knew it from the start, you'd be breaking my heart. Why always me? Can't change a thing, now it's gone. Now it's gone. Grew up thinking Saturdays, campfires and singing songs. Moonlight lighting up the sky. Why am I sitting alone? Why always me left in the dark? Knew from the start you'd be breaking my heart. Why always me? Can't change a thing, now it's gone. I don't need to look into your eyes. I don't need the element of surprise. And if I did, you know I'm acting strangely in the dark. I don't need you ruin all my heart. Sweet soul, surrender, don't dare double back no more. I don't need to question why we're running back for more. Sweet soul, surrender, don't dare double back no more. I don't want to end no closed door.
Hey everybody, I'm Mike. Obviously the lockdowns and restrictions have been difficult for everybody, but as a musician I've been fortunate enough to find a silver lining with this. There's a lot more time and incentive to get creative, so I've been making demos of old and new songs and making little videos for them and putting them on Facebook, and by the spring I should have enough good material collected to record properly and hopefully put something out. And hopefully by then the gigs will be back and things will be back to normal. See you soon. Stay safe.
The future. You used to chase it. Now you're living in it.
Outside where I can't do anything, you know that's when the earth slides and time heals. I'm alright. All I need is some perfect order. Time will bring more perfect order. I'm on the inside where I can guess all the numbers. Now that's when the incline rolls down and it all divides. All I need is some perfect order. Time will bring more perfect order. Where I can feel everything around. That's when the dove sings a grow song that warns of hounds. All I need is some perfect order. Time will bring more perfect order. All I need is some perfect order. Time will bring more perfect order.
Warning, 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 warning.
There are very few bands who can hold it together for 40 years. I mean, so much can go wrong. ODs, drinky issues, exploding drummers, that kind of thing. But there are groups who have survived. That exclusive club includes the Rolling Stones, U2, ZZ Top, Aerosmith, Kiss, The Who, and of course, Winnipeg's Chocolate Bunnies from Hell. Originally coming together in 1984 under the leadership of P.J. Burton, who, for some reason, thought that Winnipeg was a better music city than Edmonton. Well, come to think of it, Winnipeg is cooler than Edmonton. Burton and the Bunnies began as part of the city's late new wave scene. Gigs sometimes involved jugglers, naughty dancers, and plenty of fire. Very Beavis and Butthead. Merch selections included trading cards, comic books, and coloring books. And while several generations of music fans remember Bunny's moments, the group never made any money, which is why Burton is still a grade 12 teacher at West Kildonan Collegiate. So far, the Winnipeg School Board has turned a blind eye to this, or maybe they're actually fans. Doubtful, but you never know.
And then finally, I couldn't tell, am I, the alarm rings, am I late for school or early for the gig? It was something else. It was really terrific. And then it just started developing, blah, blah, blah. But the best that was, is, and remains with Doug and I and Ian with what we're doing now, what we're doing.
Coming up, Ted Wyman will be speaking with the coach of the Winnipeg Jets.
All right, y'all. Now we're going to take a moment to get into the continued celebration of life of the one, the big dog, Jerry Atwell. He's a local legend. The brother's been recognized as an icon for his work in the music industry and in the artistic community in general. He was one of those networkers that knew how to work the net and help all of us in our pursuits of our passions. This year, he was honored with the naming of a street, Jerry Atwell Way. And a lot of our featured performers this evening had an opportunity to work with or be guided by the brother and his love of connecting community. If y'all want to continue the legacy of the brother, then you can get down with the Jerry Atwell Fund. Right now, though, let's take a moment to take a look at the life of a local legend.
Jerry Atwell was a busy guy, and he would be busy on New Year's Eve, busy on a stage with a tight, energetic band and a glass of wine in his hand, and we would celebrate the night away.
Give it to me, tell, come on now. Give it to me, tell, come on now. Give it to me, tell, come on now. Listen to the minister. Gotta get this place.
Jerry worked on many projects. He generously offered to many communities and individuals seeking his advice. In August of this year, St. Norbert Arts Centre created Jerry Fest, celebrating his achievements. We riffed on the theme, what would Jerry do? Well, he would go inside because it rained all day. The Sasquatch greeted the brave guests and CBC, saved the day. The Jerry Fest weekend event included a collective painting project where participants were invited to paint their vision of moving forward in a world free of racism. 1 year ago, it would have been hard to imagine the road we have each traveled this year. With the profound changes to our way of life and the changes to social interactions, Jerry is still very much in our lives. He would always encourage us to find new ways to share ideas and dreams. He would suggest that we write things down and document what you are thinking about. There was a story in that, he would have said. Jerry would encourage us to take action for what is important to you. Little actions, big actions. Whatever feels comfortable and doable, stretch yourselves and take some chances. In addition, Jerry would share kind words to people who are struggling with the loss of in-person social interactions. He would be on the phone even more than social media texting just to check in with people. Finally, Jerry would definitely advise us just to take naps. Jerry was all about connectivity. This year, he would be right here on social media celebrating our efforts and innovations, keeping us connected and festive in this isolated world. He would have had an ear for your worries and a helpful thought for your state of affairs, and he would say, let's play! Happy New Year, Jerry.
Next hour, we'll be speaking with the Dirty Catfish Brass Band.
All right, continuing on with Hindsights 2020, Music Connect and Revue. We're about to get down with Kendra Kay, also known as Canada's Country Girl. So Kendra, the first thing I want to get into it with you about is your video, how it's done. Checked it out, and I'm a cat that's actually from Lockport, so I recognize a lot of the landmarks and stuff that were in there. It was kind of like a nostalgic video for me. But I know I work in the film industry, and it's a lot of work being on a video shoot. So I was just wondering if you could kind of get at us a little bit about what the shoot day was like for you, because it looked like you were authentically having a blast, and just in general, how your experience was on set.
Yeah, for sure. Shooting the How It's Done video was so much fun. Usually those days are long and tedious, but this day was just so much fun and energy, and it just felt like it was a day out with the girls. We kind of lucked out because it was the last nice day of the year last year, and I'm pretty sure Winnipeg got like a foot of snow the next day. And of course, with the world shutting down just a few months later, we didn't know that we were going to run out of time, so it kind of worked out in our favor. But I definitely and really enjoyed that video, and being able to shoot it right in Manitoba in a spot that's so sentimental to so many people was pretty cool.
It ain't sitting at home on a Friday night, rewatching Friends for the 100th time. Hair a mess in your sweats with a bottle of wine. It ain't watching the clock at the same old gym, killing yourself to get magazine thin. Another rep, another set, ain't what it is. When you wanna live your best life, baby, take a long drive, put your hair down, throw your hands up high. That's how it's done, yeah, that's how it's done. Don't you wanna look back, say I did that, skinny dip and soak up the sun. That's how it's done, yeah, that's how it's done. It's staying up late, dancing all night long, singing to Journey at the top of your lungs. Raise your glass and keep on 'em strong, yeah. It's loving like you never had your heart broke, living like there's no tomorrow. Just own it, don't it? Feel good to live your best life, baby, take a long drive, put your hair down, throw your hands up high. That's how it's done, yeah, that's how it's done. Don't you wanna look back, say I did that, skinny dip and soak up the sun. That's how it's done, yeah, that's how it's done. It's loving like you never had your heart broke, living like there's no tomorrow. Loving like you never had your heart broke, living like there's no tomorrow. When you wanna live your best life, baby, take a long drive, put your hair down, throw your hands up high. That's how it's done, yeah, that's how it's done. Don't you wanna look back, say I did that, just skinny dip and soak up the sun. That's how it's done, yeah, that's how it's done. Oh, yeah, that's how it's done. That's how it's done. That's how it's
So Kendra, you have been given the title Canada's Country Girl. I'm just wondering about how that feels for you. And obviously Canada has, produced a lot of powerhouse female country artists. What do you think that makes you unique in terms of your flavor and your style or your approach?
Yeah, being called Canada's Country Girl is pretty cool for me. I live a true country lifestyle here out on the ranch. We have horses and cows, and I spend my days out on the farm. So being able to be recognized like that is pretty cool. And I really feel that it incorporates in my music. I I grew up listening to traditional country music, and I do tie that into my music today, whether it's through the lyrics, and if it's kind of more of a fun, upbeat thing, then I make sure that there's banjo and fiddle and kind of tie all those traditional roots back together to kind of claim that Canada's country girl feel that I've kind of become, because it's just truly who I am. And I think that if I can just keep being authentic, that my fans will see that, you know, I'm staying true to who I am and my roots.
All right, so in Manitoba, a lot of musicians are kind of interconnected. People meeting musicians through musicians. I want to ask you, how did you initially meet your bandmates, and how involved are they in your creative process?
I'm very lucky to have the guys that I have in my band. Back when I first started recording music, I was releasing a single called Some Things Go Together Like That. And the concept behind the video was we were just kind of having a fun day at my hometown of Elkhorn, where they have their local Western weekend. And I was playing a show there to begin with already, and the video director decided they wanted to get a shot of me playing live on stage. And at the time, I didn't actually have a band, so I had reached out to a friend who got me in touch with a friend of his who set up this group of guys to come be my mock band for this music video. And here we are coming on 6 years later, and I still have the same group with me. So I'm pretty lucky that we've been able to stick together this long, and I really, you know, the guys are a huge part of my musical career. They're by my side on stage, and they're huge influences. I send them my music before it's recorded and during the process to get their opinions. I always ask what they're digging for, you know, the live shows, you know, how we can mix things up and keep things fresh. And they're so musically talented that I trust their opinions on all of that stuff. So I guess all that to say, I'm pretty lucky to have the group that I do, and I can't wait to get back on the stage, because it's been just about coming on a year since I've been on the stage with those guys, and definitely missing it by now.
So as of yet, we still have no prognosis. We have no idea what it's looking like for 2021. So I'm just wondering, with an uncertain future for live performances, what you have planned going forward in terms of maintaining an online presence and connecting with your audience.
Well, it's a new world that we live in compared to what it was 10 or 15 years ago. Social media has gotten so strong, and the presence of people online is huge. And I think that if live shows are uncertain for next year, that my plan will still be to keep recording and releasing music, because there's still fan base out there regardless if you can get in front of them in person or not. And I think that we're lucky to be able to have that opportunity as artists, regardless. As much as we build our careers on being on the road, I think it's pretty special that we can stay at home and still be able to connect with people through the power of music. So you can definitely expect new music from me next year, regardless of where the world's at.
All right, so Kendra, for those that are being introduced to you, as I have been introduced to you through Hindsights 2020, what are the best ways for people to connect with your music and to follow you?
Well, I keep pretty up to date on most of my social medias. Facebook and Instagram is definitely where I'm most active. All the links to that is on my website, which is kendrakmusic.com. I'm pretty good at sharing what's going on in my life. Right now, of course, it's been mostly personal stuff because I've been at home, but you can kind of get to see the life that I live with my horses and the cows and what we do out here on the ranch. So definitely come on to Facebook and Instagram and follow along on my journey.
Next up on Blast from the Past, we've got Skittle Bits. Now, that was a locally produced children's show that was on CKY-TV, and it was broadcast at lunchtime every weekday throughout the 80s. The host of the show was local singer and radio DJ Joey Gregorish. So let's see what that's all about.
1, 2, 3. Come on, it's time to get together. It's Skittle Bits, Skittle Bits, Skittle Bits. Stick around, and we'll just stay a while. If everybody's ready, let's go, go, go. Learn a little at Skittle Bits. Skittle Bits! Stay a while and have a real good time. Oh, yeah!
Hello, and welcome to Skittle Bits on a Thursday. My name is Joey, and this is our cozy Skittle Bit attic.
I woke up last night, I felt felt something was missing. I laid there in bed with my eyes open wide. Where was that thing that keeps my toes warm, dear? Then I remembered that I left it outside. Where, oh, where are you tonight? Why did you leave your comfortable home? I searched the world over and still I can't find you. Left the gate open and you were gone.
Well, I would like to be really famous. All I want is to have some fun. From that day when I laced my skates on, I just want to be number one. I just want to play hockey in the National Hockey League. I just want to play hockey in the National Hockey League.
Hi, this is Joey Gregorish, and what a tough year we've had. You know, but it's been a great year for reflection, being grateful for what we had, what we still have, and I'm so grateful to be in Winnipeg, and my career started here back in the 60s, in those great 60s days with the bands. My band was the Mongrels, and then of course I got a television show when I was 18 years old. My first interview was with John Kay of Steppenwolf. How good is that? Then there were radio shows, and of course, Skittlebits, my second childhood with a bigger allowance. It's just been a great ride. I am so grateful to Winnipeg, Manitoba, and everybody that supported me. Now look, every entertainer needs a great audience, so I want you to stay healthy, stay safe, get well, so we could all get together again in 2021 and have some real fun. To you, cheers. Love you so much.
All right, so here we are back at Hindsights 2020. Just a little taste of the baptism. Super duty, tough work. I'm sitting down right now with Brendan Kinley. Brendan, how you doing, brother?
Amazing, man. Amazing. Thank you for having me.
Absolute, dude. It looked like you guys have had like a crazy year this year, man. Like
It's
crazy
been-
positive. You've been busy. I see Montreal mentioned. I see Berlin mentioned. We got the Polaris Award mentioned. With all the challenges of the year, man, it sounds like you're in full flex mode, man. How you feeling?
I mean, it has been a busy year. It has been a busy year, and busy is good. So I'm feeling good in that regard. Absolutely.
Right on. Now, we've been getting a little bit of the baptism up in here. I was checking out, one thing I was kind of digging was the Talking Smack communique. And I was just wondering if you'd want to enlighten the folk a little bit about what that was all about.
Yeah, I mean, that was, a performance that we did as part of a fundraiser for some prison sponsored by some local or cross-provincial prison abolition groups in support of a particular group which helps to assist families of newly released and still incarcerated folks. So yeah, we were asked to be a part of that, and it was like similar to this, a night of variety and poetry and music, and we were honored to be asked.
I was digging it. It was like a nice little medley. It was what, 4 or was it 5 songs up in there?
Yeah, 4.5, something like that.
And the thing I really liked about the tag that you had on your Facebook page, that you said, don't even bother watching the video. Just go check these cats out, check what they're doing, and send them some loot, man. Like, I really dig the vibe and the energy that you're pushing out into the community. And we're also, I see, as we're getting close to the new year here, I see that you got a bunch of merch that's available online right now, so cats can actually support you guys as well, right?
Well, we actually, unless you would like a large black t-shirt, of which there's a few, we sold out. So there's no more merch, but there will be some new stuff coming in the new year to accompany some of the things that we're going to be doing. So, if that's one way that you would like to support, just keep your eyes peeled.
Right on, bruh. And the Polaris Award, the nomination. How does that make y'all feel?
That feels very good. I'm not gonna lie. For a group like ours, which, has been under the radar nationally, I would say, or at least that's how I feel. And then to have our first release with really very little team and really no press, and not a lot of the general typical supports that you would think a release that would garner that attention would have. So to actually get that nod, you know what I mean? It definitely feels good for sure.
Right on, man. Now I saw a reference to you doing band residencies in Berlin. How is that? Was that current? Was that like over the last little bit, or when did that pop off?
Well, we were accepted to be part of some showcasing that was happening out there, but because of COVID, you know what I mean? It just was what turned out to be like another live stream performance, unfortunately.
Right on. So you didn't get to travel, but you still got to unravel. You got to drop gavel, right? Get heavy on the streams, man. I mean, that's where it's at right now, right?
Right now it is, yeah.
So for you guys, obviously, man, being as busy as you've been, have you had time to consider what you're going to do? I mean, we don't have a prognosis for the situation. We don't know how long we're going to be caught up like this. What does Super Duty Tough Work got planned for the rotation into 2021?
A lot. We have a lot planned. Despite not being able to really hit the road and do a lot of touring and traveling, we have been doing a lot of planning and plotting. So, some new music, some collaborations, maybe a new record, a whole lot of new content to accompany whatever it is that's going to be coming. You know what I mean? But we definitely, hopefully, we'll have another busy year.
Right on, man. I recognize a lot of the cats in your band. I see you working with Marisol and some of them other folk. Powerful squad that you got there. I was wondering if you just could give a little shout out to the players that are attached to your project, and then I'd like to get into some of your lineage, man.
Yeah, absolutely. Yes, I am the speaker, I suppose, for the group, but it wouldn't be anything close to what it is without Marisol and Kevin and Ashley, Chairman Al, you know what I mean, and Gabby and Anthony and Olivier, and of course Golden Arms, Eamon. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Some thickness up in that. I'm saying.
We roll deep sometimes.
So for people that are new to Super Duty Tough Work, what would be the best way for them to get connected with your activity and with your music?
Go to superdutytoughwork.bandcamp.com, buy our record, then follow us on Instagram, and just pay attention. Tell your friends if you enjoy it, and even if you don't, tell them something bad about us. You know what I mean?
Right on. Well, we are here at Hindsights 2020. We've been getting down with Brendan Kinley. Super Duty Tough Work. It's too late for y'all to get any swag except for a black t-shirt. You're going to have to hold tight on that. Brother, thank you so much for joining us.
Yo, thank you for having me. It's my pleasure, yo.
Wicked.
These days, my speech strained like my each step. Still bleed on pages for queens heads and deep ends. We doing backstrokes, but unique blends to keep stress to a minimum. Checking with sweet sense to 5 miles in landscapes where we pass days. It's B gray, sky the color of ashes. All my classmates displaying this bad taste, so I have to play the young Nazi here. We robbing tourists in this rap game, saying only a rat can win the rat race. So you suckers in blackface with hollow slang and empty handshakes need to chill. Otherwise, you just lost one. I face cold crowds like you. We face cops, cock shotguns. So pray for B as we lay patiently and talk tall grass where snakes wait to feast. Rats chasing cheese, they're unforgiving and they play for keeps. Well, I'm just trying to get my piece in peace and say peace, but the daily chase is leaving me fatigued. I get in where I fit in, which is in the breaks and beats. A vicious cycle in a haze where days turn to weeks. At breakneck speeds, we take cakes, make your tape decks bleed and love it. In public, checking an average Joe, packing assassin's flow, sniping these deepers in the fashion show. My crew is deeper than catacombs. We stand alone and bless the stage with the masterful. It's like
want to consume when it comes to our culture.
If people feel like you a threat, they ain't gonna get behind you. You know what I'm saying? They get behind a whack dude before they get behind you. You know, especially if you pretty like me.
We maintain, knowing no plan is fail safe. So with that said, we cover more grounds than Canadian railways. Adrian Piper, pale face, we put in work for change. So my name's carrying more weight than freight trains. Kid, we love it. Shred the drum kit, head nods essential. Full shifts, empty stomachs, rocking instrumentals. Pushing the culture cross-continental. And still feel I'm disappointed my fam not reaching my full potential. And that's some heavy stress to hold. We push true pencils and envelopes. Constant motion like a metronome. Hit you like welcome to the Terror Dome. Got trouble on your mind, refuse to lose. Turn struggle to stepping stones. L smoke for whom the bell tolls. We blaze in meadows. Greased elbows, tails deeper than bass cellos. While they concerned with the dress code, it takes more than shell toes. Nike's Carhartt cell phones. My giants steal you a death blow. That's just from the demos. Third world work ethic, Star Wars manifestos. Slang scholars for your headphones. It's back alley art lessons, philosophies. Debating on park benches, telling them watch the company you keep. Cause they be bearing gifts, but still they cloaked up in deceit. I say this openly because it even goes for me. Yeah, I've been got my foes and even though supposed to be in my corner, so to speak, having my back like I got theirs. Reality, fuckers got me in the crosshairs. Like man, it's just business. We all out for our own self-interest. That's why I never carry a grudge, only a hit list. And we still build it piece by piece. Like Emerson, Powell, and Stevie, hands and feet. I pen it thoroughly, reflect my image in this beat, and show you how illicit illustrators turn to real figures of speech like that.
Coming up, Rob Gale, coach of the Winnipeg Valor Football Club, will join us for a fireside chat.
All right, here we are back again, Hindsights 2020, and now we're going to chat with Karen Barg. She is the musical director, coordinator, and I'd say designer, because I think that you were really developing a vibe here with your Luminous String Quartet. Welcome to Hindsights 2020.
Thanks for having me.
So you are one of those artists who, likes to expand, I guess, the boundaries of their genre, right? It seems like you're not going to sit down for anybody to define you. I saw an interview that you had done, I think it was last year, and you were talking about pushing into Canadian content. So I'm wondering, with all this downtime in the industry, have you been able to start exploring? You did Working on the Weekend?
Yes, we just this past March, we had released our first CD called I Did It for Love, a Canadian classic rock compilation. There's 11 tracks on there. I arranged all of them, and most of them by ear because there's no notation for them.
Right.
The reason for doing all of this is because, well, there's a string quartet down in the States called the Vitamin String Quartet, and they do all kinds of pop and rock, but they do a lot of the mainstream stuff. But nobody is focusing on Canadian content. And we have so many amazingly talented and gifted artists and bands here that it was just time to give them the props, like they've paved the way, and now we need to just, honor them properly.
Well, and it's nice for it to come full circle too, where now that music is being introduced to audiences that may not be familiar with that music. You get to be the conduit of that, and at the same time, people that are familiar with the music, they get to be introduced to you. Because I like the infinity of the spiral that you're creating there.
Yeah.
So now it turns out, and this has happened once or twice so far, I think the people that are viewing this might be surprised to find that you and I have some people in common. One of them being Breeze. He and I have worked together in all kinds of different projects and on all kinds of different stuff. And of course, the big dog, Jerry Atwell. And I was wondering if you would like to share some of your feelings about the big dog himself.
Oh, the big dog. Yeah, I miss him terribly. He and I didn't know each other for very long. We met at his niece's wedding that the string quartet had been hired for. And actually, that was the first place that we played Thunderstruck because his nephew-in-law wanted to walk into that, which was awesome. Anyways, Carla had said, you really need to talk to my Uncle Jerry. And so Jerry and I started chatting and talking about collaborating. And I'm sure that it was because of him that I ended up becoming a part of Indian City and Eagle and Hawk. And I have to show everybody, yes, I am representing my friends, my wonderful friends in Eagle and Hawk. And but he and I had talked about doing some collaborating this year, and we were going to I'm Mennonite, a rockin' Mennonite, of course, but we were thinking about mixing up some Mennonite music and some Jamaican music and just making a mashup and seeing what turned out. But the incredible times that I had with him just doing jam sessions and the incredible mind that he had, and just and a gentle giant. He was someone who really gave you pause for thought, you know?
Yeah, highly intelligent,
yeah. And I called him my big brother, and he was so happy about that. He said, "You're my only Mennonite sister." And I said, "Okay, that's good. That's good by me."
Right.
I miss him terribly.
Perfect.
Yeah. And the CD that we did was actually dedicated to Jerry.
Oh,
because
sweet.
Without his support and his guidance, I don't think it would have taken off the way it did. So
fantastic.
Bless him.
Right on. Yeah, he said that brother was such a blessing, and is such a blessing. The relationships that he created and developed, the introductions that he made, the guidance that he offered, right? Like just such a phenomenal being. So moving forward, you've obviously got some new projects that you're working on that you're planning on pumping out. What is the best way for folks to get in touch with your music and to start catching these vibes that you're laying down?
Well, we are selling this CD. I have one right here. It's very pretty. Of course, we had to have the rock fingers in there. That was important. People can buy one online. They can send me an email through my website, www.luminouSstringquartet.ca. Or they can go on to Apple Music or Spotify or YouTube. We're streaming as well. We know we're not going to get a lot of money from that, but you know, it's at this point, it's not about that. It's just that I really want to start working with some incredibly talented musicians and start doing some collaborating.
You know, and along that line, I understood from your interview you haven't found yourself a rapper to work with yet. So I thought maybe I would just throw my hat in the ring. The producers here, they can get you up in touch with me. If you want to put it on Flex, let's work some connects.
I'm ready for it because I'm looking to, look, I know that there's a few string quartets in the city and we all play for weddings. But even now, it's not a good thing to be complacent, and I have to compete with myself. So now that I've already done a whole bunch of 80s music, it's time to go into the 90s. It's time to start focusing on some of the rap music. But, you know, a lot of people can't do rap with a string quartet because who's rapping? Nobody. So I might be calling on your name. How's your beatboxing? Oh, yeah.
Right, we got you, man. We got you. We can lay it down.
I love it.
On. Well,
Let's elevate the quartet. Let's bring it on.
All right, let's do this thing with the string.
I love it.
All right, this is Hindsights 2020. This has been Karen Barg. I hope y'all cats reach out, check it out, man. Serious vibes, lovely lady. Thank you so much for your time.
Thanks for having me. Have a great day.
Hey, everyone. We're here with Winnipeg Jets chairman Mark Chipman on New Year's Eve. And Mark, it's just been such a crazy year for everyone. And I just want to ask you, what's life been like for you in 2020? I know everyone has their stories and a lot of them are similar, but what's yours been like?
Well, probably like most, I think, lots of having to adjust from sort of points where you think you've got a direction, and then you find out very abruptly that you got to go in a different direction. But I would say overall, I think the one sort of sentiment that comes to mind right off the top is I feel very fortunate, feel very blessed that that this horrible disease hasn't affected anybody in my family or any of my close friends. And so I think, like most, I've just been watching from the sidelines and hoping and praying that this is going to come to an end, and that we can that everybody can get their lives back to a greater sense of normality.
And it's been the kind of year where everything's thrown out of whack, and obviously there hasn't been anywhere near the amount of hockey that there normally is, and that's such a big part of your life. But I know you have other pursuits, other hobbies, and I know one of them, and tonight's theme is about music here on New Year's Eve. And I know you're a musician yourself, a drummer, and playing with a lot of different musicians throughout your life and even now. Just tell us a little bit about what that means to you and how big a part of your life it is.
Well, first of all, Ted, most musicians would take umbrage at the suggestion that drummers fall into the category of musicians. So I don't know that I could consider myself to be a musician, but I have certainly enjoyed the benefit of playing with some wonderful musicians over my lifetime. I've been playing the drums since I was a kid, and took it up in junior high because nobody else, seemed to have the aptitude, and the drum kit was provided by the school. So my dad back then, and maybe it's still the case today, but in band in public school, you had to rent your instruments back in the day from like St. John's Music or whatever. And when I brought home the idea of playing the saxophone and that there was a rental fee involved in it, I didn't get very far. And then when he found out that, you could play originally just the bass drum and then the snare, and those were provided, that appealed much more so to my father, who didn't have a whole lot of, I would say my mom was a good musician. She played the piano really well, and her father was a spectacular pianist. But my dad didn't have a great appreciation for all things musical. So I was fortunate that the school had a decent drum kit, and that's where I learned to play. And it's been a really great hobby. It's a wonderful way, to pass time. And so this past 9 months has been particularly it's been useful to kill some time and to try and get a little bit better at certain things, and to stay connected with some of the great musicians that I've come to know over the years in our city. And there are so many. We are so fortunate in this city. I think we really punch way above our weight, and not just at the professional level, but at the amateur level. There's so many good players, and I've been fortunate to get to know some of them over the years.
That's really cool. What's your genre of choice? Or are you kind of all over the place?
I'm all over the place. I guess I certainly enjoy playing. R&B is fun to play from a drumming perspective. It's more improvised, or you're able to improvise a little bit more. Within that genre. Rock and roll is pretty much straight ahead. It's 4 on the floor kind of drumming, and that's fun, because you can blow off a lot of steam. I really, the first band I ever played in was a jazz band. I was very fortunate to play with a couple of very gifted teenage musicians. One guy went on to become Tom Jones's musical director. A guy was a phenom on the piano by the name of Mark LeBrun, and an incredible guitar player by the name of Jerry Bilton, and Al McGilvery, who has been a part of this friendship, and great friends of Richard Hoshin's, and he and Hoshin and I grew up on the same street, played bass in that band. So I'd say the first real band I ever played in was a jazz band, and we played all those sort of old traditional jazz tunes, The Girl from Ipanema and Take the A Train and those old standards. Made my mom real happy. And then those guys figured out that they were a lot better, and there was more capable percussion players available than myself, and they became professionals, those guys, most of them, and I kind of got kicked to the curb.
Well, you mentioned Richard Hoshin, and he is the brother of one of our producers tonight, John Hoshin, and I know you have great memories of him. Unfortunately, he passed away quite a few years ago now, but he has always been memorialized through a certain event that happens most years. It hasn't happened in 2020, unfortunately, but the Rooster Jam. Maybe you just tell me a little bit about that and your involvement with it.
So it was a creation of his brother John's, and it was kind of just it was an organic sort of outgrowth of a hockey game that we played together every year for years. So long story on this is that I literally grew up with Richard, and we played hockey together virtually every year, since we were old enough to put on skates, and we were classmates together. And we had this wonderful friendship, this huge, great big friendship group in St. James between Sturgeon Creek and Silver Heights Community Club and Woodhaven. And those guys all really got to know each other in high school. And we played against each other as kids. And then we thought many, many years ago, wouldn't it be cool to, start playing again? And so we started this game up many years ago. And then unfortunately, along the way, and Richard played in the game. And then Richard, unfortunately, we lost him way too early. And so the idea, Harvey Downs had the suggestion that we turn the game into sort of a memorial game for Hosh, and that we would raise some money from it and donate that money to the Manitoba Medical Foundation. And so we've been continued to do that every year since. And then his brother John, himself a very good drummer and really well connected in the music scene, decided to, let's throw this after party. And it started in somebody's house. And I showed up and was like, wow, these guys, there's some really good players here. So I got to sit in, and it just kind of grew from there. And we kind of bounced around from a house to, I think, the Bella Vista to, we've played it in a bunch of different places. Most recently, the St. James Hotel. I don't know. It's just sort of been this very cool Winnipeg thing, bunch of guys grew up together, played hockey together, love of music, deep brotherhood, friendship. It's a way for everybody to stay connected to one another. And it just morphed into something that's really been fun to be a part of every year.
Oh, that's very cool. And I've had a chance to be a part of it myself and have really enjoyed it. And hey, we have a special guest here now going to join us, a lifetime member of the Rooster Jam.
Wow.
Season's greetings from Southern Alberta.
Wow. Okay. So that would be your rooster right there. That would be the R in the Rooster Jam.
Hey, best wishes to Harvey and all the guys that help you, Chip, put on a great annual event that we don't get to do this year. And of course to J-Ho, the organizer of the Richard Hoshin Rooster Jam. Ted, who's with you there, Ted and I played together the first year, and you may remember, the very first year we did this. And J-Ho and I had to go over to Jeff Owen and play with him and the boys one night to keep it alive.
Yeah.
And so to keep it for me, I'm batting 1,000 right now. So I have to play a song so that it qualifies as the Rooster Jam. It's the right road to follow to the Rooster Jam. It's the right road to follow. Singing in the band. It's the right road to follow. When we see our friends, I know it's gonna be a great day. Oh, I have been good and I have been bad. I have been happy and I have been sad. It's the right road to follow when your drummer's in time. I know Ted will agree with me on this one. When we both say thank you, Chip, for playing in time, I know it's gonna be a great year. Happy New Year, everyone. Over and out.
That's beautiful.
Wow. Well, that was a lot of fun and an evening of celebration, even though it has been a pretty tough year. Well, more than pretty tough, Mark. It's been extremely rough on so many people, but we can only hope that 2021 will be better. And let's hear it to that. Mark, Happy New Year to you and your family. And thanks so much for joining us here.
Ted, it's my pleasure. Thanks for having me. All the best. I look forward to seeing you guys soon and around some live music at a venue to be determined in 2021.
For our next Blast from the Past segment, we're going to highlight Switchback. It was hosted locally here in Winnipeg by Laurie Mustard and Jim Ingebrigtsen. Now, I say Jimmy's name real fast. He's a friend of mine. I still don't know how to say his name, but I know it's worth about 375 in Scrabble. Switchback aired across the country on CBC television starting in around 84. And here's a few clips to show you what it was all about.
Good morning and welcome to Switchback, the very first Switchback ever. I'm your host, the almost live Laurie Mustard here this morning, welcoming you to our new show, and we sure hope that you're going to enjoy it. Switchback is just for you, friends.
Well, that was a blast. Oh, that was such a fun time. That 5.5 years or something on Switchback, and we've been through a really tough year, and so it's good that we're leaving that year. I have my Chief Mustard hat here, Fire Chief. Well, it's backwards, but Fire Chief Mustard. I'm wearing this, so when it's time to leave this planet and move on to the next one, where it's safer and happier, I'll let you know, and I'll have my hat on, and you just follow me to whatever planet I've decided it's safe to go to. But in the meantime, we will have a wonderful life here on planet Earth. Switchback was outstandingly fun. It was fun to have Batman and Robin on. We were playing it with actually the real Batman, Adam West, standing beside me in the studio, watching him on Batman and talking to Robin Ward. Burt Ward, who played Robin on Switchback. Just a ton of fun. It was just so great. just so much fun connecting with everybody. And I loved it was live. Nobody got between you and your nonsense. So the audience got to see the rascal that you really are. Had some wonderful people on the show. And Jim Ingebrigtsen as Peter Cotton Svensson, the wonderful producer Sean Sullivan, without whom there wouldn't have been a Switchback here in Winnipeg. So anyway, I just want to wish you all Happy New Year. Have a fantastic New Year. Just kind of settle into it and believe that we're going to move on and into this positive, sunny place, and things will be better. So Happy New Year. Bye-bye 2020. Hello 2021. Hooray.
The interesting thing about Switchback is it was live television, one of the last live programs I think produced in this city, and there was no script. I never ever saw any kind of a script. I was asked to come on as the Easter Bunny, I think, just as a joke one year, somewhere around Easter, obviously, and I don't know how many years I appeared on Switchback or how many times, but I came back as the Easter Bunny at least once a year, and then also as Santa's elf, Ole Juleberg. Not just once, but I think any time of year. Didn't make any difference. Again, no script, but a whole lot of fun. Anyway, to all of you who saw any of those shows, whether you did or not, really, I wish you a very happy New Year and hopefully a much better year than 2020.
Hey everyone, we're here with a very special guest. It's Rob Gale, the head coach of Valor FC. And, Rob, we love to talk, you and I talk about sports all the time. And obviously I do want to talk a little bit about sports, and I want to talk about a lot of other things. But the first thing that comes to mind whenever I talk to you is how the heck did a guy from England end up in Winnipeg, making your life here and then becoming head coach of the local soccer team?
It's a good question. Most people say you either come to Winnipeg for a work or a woman. Is that right? I think that was the saying. And no different, a bit of both for me. I ended up, I was playing and coaching professionally down in the States. And the club that I used to play for in England, Fulham Football Club out of London, who people might know from Mohammed Al Fayed, was the chairman, Dodi's father. He was exploring ways to develop soccer in North America and develop the Fulham brand name. So I was actually down in Kansas City, and someone said, we want you to go up to Winnipeg. So English guy, pretty ignorant, like, some people in the States don't exactly know where Winnipeg is, but I was like, okay, had a look on the map. Oh, it's only a 12-hour drive in England. I could have gone via Belgium, Holland, France, all different time zones in that time. Drove up to Winnipeg and had to scout a couple of players. They said, while I'm up there, I might as well do some summer camps with Winnipeg Youth Soccer. Walked into the office, and this blonde-haired lady came around the corner and caught my eye. And she was responsible for helping me get to explore the city and everything else. Took me to a Canadian wedding and other things over the course of a month. A Christina Aguilera and Moffat concert at the old arena.
All right.
It was legendary. And the rest, as they say, is history. About 5 years of long distance and a couple of work changes, and then became the technical director for Manitoba Soccer.
And then that led into your current role, which is head coach of a football team in a Canadian Premier League, which is something that people have wanted to see here for so long. And I know how much that means to you, but I do want to hear just a little bit about, 2020 and what that's been like for the soccer club, because obviously you had to play all your games out in PEI, and it must have been completely bizarre from anything else you've ever done.
Yeah, I mean, sums up 2020, doesn't it? It was like nothing with any of us experienced in our lifetimes. I think a couple of things, one, you have to feel fortunate that we did get a league. Many established leagues, had to change, and the CFL, obviously, with our parent company, the Bombers, not getting a season. We were lucky to have the experience that we did. And honestly, for the team, if you've ever spent that amount of time away and so many restrictions, to have a group of, over 300 men in a hotel for 7 or 8 weeks, as it were, it really was something completely unique. And I just felt privileged, honestly. I was so proud of the way our group conducted themselves, represented Manitoba and the Valor name, and we grew stronger as a team because of it. But it was strange. You know, we couldn't leave the hotel only to go to the training field and the stadium. The rules were such to protect the Atlantic bubble and respect the people of PEI that everyone really, you know, just tried to follow the rules and behave ourselves accordingly and hopefully be good role models.
And I know, I'm seeing the shirt that you're wearing right now, and that's a shirt that sums up 2020 a little bit as well, given all the things that have happened. But I believe in the bubble there in PEI, there was quite a bit of statements about social justice made by players and coaches, and I'm pretty sure you were proud to be a part of that. Can you just talk a little bit about what that situation was?
Yeah, as you say, really at the forefront of this year, and still racism. And I think for us, when we addressed it, we had to take a real good look at ourselves. And sometimes, you get criticized in sport for making political statements or anything else. But we felt as a collective group, we're a multicultural team. Look, I was born in Zambia, grew up in England, lived in North America. We've got Haitians, Ghanaians, Spanish, all over the world, South American, Central American players who, to various degrees, have experienced racism. And I think here in Manitoba, we can't hide our head in the sands and say we're free or immune from it. And for me, we wanted to highlight the murdered and missing Indigenous women and girls and the plight there, and talk about the cause of action. And what we could do to continue that conversation. So the league rightly followed on with the Black Lives Matter and the NBA, and it was all at the same time when we were all in our bubbles. And I think it was a chance for sport and people who sometimes just get looked up to because of our profession to make a statement and say, look, there's far more important things in life, and the way we treat each other and conduct ourselves, and the need for empathy, kindness, and a radical overhaul, really, of some systemic racism. It was an important cause for everybody, and like you say, we were proud to just play a small part in that, make a stand, and we did. We had all 300. I don't know if you saw the game, around the edge of the field, linking arms for the first 8 minutes and 48 seconds of the game as a tribute to George Floyd, and to make a statement that as a league we stood in solidarity with anyone suffering from racism.
Yeah, it was very powerful. It's New Year's Eve, and we're talking a lot about music here today. You and I were having a conversation recently about Diego Maradona, and you were setting the stage for me for what it was like in the 80s and 86 with the Hand of God, and just the tensions between Argentina and the United Kingdom because of the Falkland Islands War. And you also sort of brought in the punk rock music scene was going on right then, and it was kind of a chaotic time. What are your memories of that? I know you were pretty young, but were you kind of into that punk scene, or was that your
No, despite my haircut, I'm not that punky. Yeah, I was only a young lad, 7 probably years old, 1986, in there. And I remember the football because that was my life, obviously. And in England, it's such a big part of our life, or soccer, I should say. And I look back now and you see that punk rock, that anarchy towards the government, the Thatcher era. I remember Neil Kinnock, the miners, the striking. It was a turbulent time, really, in English history. And then on the back of the Falklands War, and it's kind of like England's Vietnam in a way, right? And arguments of why are we even involved in those disputes at the time. And then obviously football brings the whole community together in England, the whole country rallied behind that. And we felt unjustly robbed in the World Cup, and the irony of that and the tensions at the time. It was a unique part of our history for sure. So
take us through what what your life's been like in terms of music. I don't know if you play anything or if you're just a fan, but what's your musical history?
Yes, I have the voice of an angel being strangled by St. Peter. There's not a musical bone in my body. All sports, I'm pretty good at all sports. I've got to say, school captain growing up, everything else. And interestingly, because of that, I think there wasn't really much of an interest for me in music at all. My oldest sister can sing. I'm the youngest of five, but there's not much music in our family. And it wasn't until I got into the sort of college era where I was playing professional football, you start going out into the places that you don't tell your coach you're going out into, the pubs and the clubs. And, it was an era of boy bands, indie music, like Take That, Oasis, Blur, Pulp, that kind of indie British pop scene around the mid to late 1990s that got me involved in music, some classic anthems. And that the theme of anthems and sport comes up a lot, like Wonderwall. I don't know if anyone's been to a Minnesota United game, but they play that before and after. And we had those same attachments to songs. I remember playing in one competition. It was a regionalized five-a-side tournament where the professional players could play, and the Puff Daddy remake of Sting song "Every Breath You Take" became like the hit of the summer and our anthem throughout the tournament. So you then get into superstitions, and we used to play it before and after every game. So that sort of opened my eyes up to a bit of hip hop. And then I came to North America, and when I first came to Winnipeg, we played in a team called Lucania, and it was like Nelly, Ride With Me, and that was the song before the game. And and now, of course, it's a young man's game, and I'm a relatively young coach, but we're dealing with players at 16 right through to 35. So you can imagine that the dressing room has a little bit of everything. And we have arguments over who are the DJ. Some of the stuff I can't stand at all, and the lyrics you wouldn't want to play back anywhere. But I get the whole gamut of music now, right? And looking back at sort of 2020, I think a lot of people have said "Whack" is the biggest song of the year and the best. That just kind of sums up where we are as society for me. I'm like, that's what I want my two teenage girls and daughters to take away from 2020.
No doubt. And I'm guessing as coach, even though you're the coach, you probably don't get to control the music in the locker room. I'm thinking that's got to be the veterans.
Exactly. The locker room is a player's haven, and we try and stay out as much as we can. A couple of words pre-game, but listening to their music too. No, I'm better off in the locker room listening to me Ed Sheeran ballads and me nice little Justin Bieber romantic tunes. That's more my scene, to be fair. A bit of U2 to get me going before a game. That'll do me any day.
Nice. We've talked to a few people here about their concerts that they've gone to and things like that, but it comes to mind to me to ask you, an English Premier League soccer game. I know you're a huge Arsenal fan, and one of probably the biggest I've ever met. Obviously it's a huge part of your life. But when you go to a game there, is it kind of like a rock concert in a way? I mean, the atmosphere, the singing, all the just the party that it is.
It really is, and that was something we wanted to do when we brought the Valor, is try and bring a different game day experience. I'm a Jets season ticket holder. I got the Bombers games. I've been to Gold Eyes. I love sport. I love supporting Winnipeg and Manitoba. But the singing, other than the seventh inning stretch at the Gold Eyes, where you get everybody up and having a go, or the what's it called? First down. There's not much singing, right? And then the Jets is just go, Jets, go, which bores me completely. Come on, I want some tunes. I want some banter, because the British culture is about banter and taking the mickey out of the opposition. And they do that in song form throughout a game. So if you go to a Premiership game, typically you're getting there an hour before. There's a couple of wobbly pops in the stands with your mates beforehand or at the pub. And then it's like a crescendo building up, and there's music playing, and then there's songs for each and every player, the manager. Every team comes out to a tune. At Arsenal, it's Elvis Presley, The Wonder of You. And it just builds up to this game, this 90 minutes where, songs, tears, laughter, everything encapsulate. That's the beauty of sport, right? That's why we love it. And it's a wonderful experience, and we're starting to get that now. If you've been to a Valor game in the trench, Those guys are hilarious. They bounce up and down for 90 minutes. They sing, they go home hoarse at the end of it. But they're starting to bring in songs, you know, like Country Roads has become Valor Road, Take Me Home, The Place Where I Belong, Winnipeg, Manitoba. And that's what you do. You bring a song that you love and you turn it into a soccer song or for your favorite player. So music, passion, football, perfect combinations.
That's fantastic stuff, Rob, and I feel like we could talk all night. I think that there's a few other people that are going to get involved here this evening, but I've really enjoyed talking to you. I just want to say Happy New Year to you and your family, and all the best in 2021.
Love it. Thanks, Ted, and Happy New Year, everybody. Let's hope 2021's a great one when we can all connect again.
You said it.
All right, y'all, welcome again. Hindsights 2020, digging in deep with musicians from around Manitoba. Right now we're sitting down with Detour. First of all, I want to just get at y'all quick about the Slipping Away video. You guys produced the video during lockdown, right?
Yeah, Warren Star Media helped us. They did a great job, Mike McComb. And it stars Felicia Ann Mitchell. We didn't want to really be in the video this time around. We wanted to just have a few cameo appearances. And people have really liked it. I mean, I think they really liked the song as well, and the video was just a bonus.
Not so much going on. Time for this is very wrong. Just fade away. Look into the glass and empty streets. Kids used to play and we could meet. Take me back to how I used to be. 'Cause he's slipping away. Slipping away. It could be gone tomorrow. Yes, it's slipping away, slipping away. Gone tomorrow. Can we play again? Maybe not today. We were told to stay away. Let's go back to how I used to be. Slipping away, it could be gone tomorrow.
So for people that aren't yet familiar with Detour, D2UR, what's the best way for these cats to start getting connected with you?
Well, our website is www.detour.net, and that's has our links to everything that we have. We're on Spotify, iTunes, all the social music sharing platforms. So just got to look us up. A lot of places that we're listed as Detour Band, so you can find us there. So yeah, we'd love for people to come and check us out and give us some indication of whether they like the material. It'd be great to get some feedback.
Fantastic. Right on. Well, we want to thank you guys for your time. And I hope that 2020 really brings some positive energy y'all way. And we're getting lidded. We're getting lidded. All right.
We're getting ready for this new year to come.
We want you all to have a happy new year.
It's going to be a better one.
2021.
Right on. This is Hindsights 2020 with Detour.
Hey!
All right, so here we are, Hindsights 2020, digging in deep with artists from all over the place. They got a little bit of these dub roots. Right now, we're going to get down with Lindsay White. Lindsay, how you doing?
I'm doing all right, thanks. How about you?
I'm doing good, man. You know, banging this thing out, man. Trying to create some connectivity between these artists and the cats out there that are maybe familiar with the music. I, in this particular case, am being introduced to a lot of new musicians. And you are a new individual to me. So, the first video that I saw of yours, Monster. And wow, man, nice work.
You're where you want to be. And you're doing what you want to do. And you're doing what you want to do.
No one wants to talk about it, and I'd rather just live without it. But I'm still trying to figure out this big ugly thing that's been following me. I've got big convictions and walking contradictions. Whatever this affliction is, just keep it far away from me. Someone tell me how to run away and how to fight, fight, fight.
yeah, so it was more about the confrontation of grief for me. We chose to portray a monster of addiction, and you know, it's been said by many people that they have many different feelings about how it relates to their own monsters, and so we could have made a video about any number of things, but the main, I guess, takeaway for me is just that we all have our own monsters, and sometimes they're easier to look at than others, but the really hard ones, tend to be the attractive ones, I guess, for artists. Artists like me who want to go there. Yeah.
And it seems like your audience and cats were catching that vibe, that it was really about the fact that this is a malleable monster, right? And that it's difficult sometimes even just to pin down what monster you're dealing with, because sometimes they overlap one another, right? And they can sneak on you.
And we need to do it in layers. We can't just eat it like an onion. You have to peel it. You have to peel this layer, and then there's more. Oh my God, I don't want to deal with that either. And then you have to peel it again. And yeah, it's not just once. I wish there was like a little button you could push and be like, okay, there, done, you know? But it's a little bit different when we're uncovering our deep, dark truths, or even just our deep truths, not even the dark ones, just, all of our real stuff.
In the new year, do you have any particular plans yet for the new year? Anything?
Well, hate to bring us back to this whole, the P word, the pandemic, but it will largely depend on kind of how that unfolds. So I hope to meet as many people musically online as I can. So welcome to my virtual space, and I'm happy to have anybody come over and play. So if there's something musical that we can connect with in the new year, I would love to plan that. That's really the only safe way that I can plan music today. So we'll see what happens in the new year. But wouldn't it be awesome if I could have some more distanced outdoor sessions with some cool community groups? I've been working with one in particular called Grow, Gaining Resources Our Way, who are just awesome. So my hopes are in the new year to do more music with them when it is safe.
Well, and it sounds like in the meantime, you are doing a lot of really cool, engaging activities online. So I encourage everybody, do what you can to catch up with Lindsay White. And like I said, the video is a monster. You are a formidable individual. I am so glad I had this chance to sit down. I really enjoyed sitting down and chatting with you. And this is Hindsights 2020, and this is Lindsay White. All right, Hindsights 2020, more music, more musicians. Right now I'm getting down with Rodrigo Munoz from Trio Bembe and Papa Mambo. Brother, how you doing, man?
Doing all right, my friend. Doing well.
Right on, man. Really good to see you. So it's been a tricky year this year. So how have you maintained yourself as a musician? Have you picked other priorities, or what exactly did you do to keep your vibes up through 2020?
First of all, as you probably know, a lot of us musicians make our living strictly out of playing. Has had it pretty hard, when at the beginning of the whole thing, when it started, I lost 100% of my gigs. So I had a whole bunch of gigs lined up for the summer, and it was like one email after another. It was like, sorry, cancel, everything. So.
Well, I see.
But
I was going to say that even with all of that, you got this beautiful smile on your face. So what's been keeping you up and energized, man?
Well, the very first thing I gotta say is I have a great wife. Awesome. So that's one thing that. The other thing that did help quite a bit was the government help, the famous CERB. I have to say that really helped me for quite a few months. And during the summer, I did do gigging, although not anywhere close to what I'm usually used to, and with the whole social distance things, I did some curbside concerts. That's something that Romy Mays in town handles in town, the whole curbside concerts. That helped. And I did actually at the beginning of this whole pandemic thing, I did do a lot of video things just on my own. Nothing. Nobody was paying me to do anything.
So as we go into 2021, things are still unpredictable. We don't know exactly what's going to happen, when it's going to happen. So it sounds like you're looking at establishing more of an online presence and maintaining the reach out. What's the best way for people to get connected to Papa Mambo and Trio Bembe and connected to the magic that you bring?
With the trio, we're actually doing a thing with the Winnipeg Symphony in January 9th and 10th. And that's going to be not live, but online. So that's one thing. That's kind of like our only big thing. And then I have a few things on my own with the MCO, the Manitoba Chamber Orchestra. As you know, I'm also, besides being a pop musician, playing percussion, all that stuff, I also play classical music. So there's a few little things coming up, and I'm hopeful that we're hearing about the vaccine, and so hopefully things will finally start to get a little better.
Right on, man. Well, glad to have you out there penetrating the community and getting them good vibes up. Wish you the best in 2021. Want to thank you for coming and sitting down with us today, bro.
Thank you so much, my friend, and I hope you guys have a great holiday season and that keep on going, eh?
Right on, bro. Get ready, just about time for balloon dropping and bubble popping. Alright, y'all, 2020 almost done. Get ready to count in 2021. Let's go.
Hello, everybody. It's me, Al Simmons. Greetings from Enola, Manitoba, Canada. Well, this has been quite a year, hasn't it? Oh my gosh. I shouldn't complain because I've been home, happy, and healthy. It would have been awfully nice if we could have spent tonight together, somewhere, and been all together having a happy time. But you know what? It's been quite a year. My gosh, I don't know what to say. I can't. Let me think. Oh, I know. I could simply say, I wish you all a Happy New Year.
Got those legs, make me beg. I'm on my knees, say, baby, please. Yeah, she's got those legs, she's got those hands. They're so fine, wanna make her mine. She's catching mine. Oh, could it be a sign? Hey, hey! She's got those legs, make me beg. I'm on my knees, say, baby, please. Yeah, she's got those legs. She's got those hands, and they're so fine. Wanna make her mine. She's catching mine. Oh, could it be a sign? Hey, go and get some. Got those legs that make me beg. I'm on my knees, saying, baby, please. Yeah, she's got those legs, she's got those hands, and they're so fine. I wanna make her mine. She's catching my eye. Oh, could it be a sign? Yeah.
Right now we're sitting down with the Dirty Catfish Brass Band. Representing right now, I got Kyle, Aaron, Joel, Matt, and Todd. Thank you guys for coming on out.
Yeah.
Thanks for having us.
Happy to be here. All right, so how about we do a hands up? How many cats are originally from Manitoba? All right then. So Joel, where you hail from?
I am from Ontario. I came from a little town north, about 45 minutes northeast of Toronto. called Stouffville.
Cool.
Nobody's heard of it. It's
All
fun.
right. And Todd, where you from?
Born and raised in London, Ontario, but my parents met at Brandon University back in the 70s. So I get to claim second generation Brandon alum. And they're both from Manitoba, and I just happen to end up back here in Manitoba.
Right on, sweet. All right, I'm gonna ask you this question, Matt. Obviously, with the lack of live events and the challenges that have been presented to us during 2020, how has Dirty Catfish been able to maintain the vibes, like in terms of online presence? What kind of other activities have you guys been able to engage in?
During the brief period where things were starting to open up again, we got to engage a little bit, playing some outdoor shows. We did a little bit of parading. We've been working on some online stuff, getting some online content going. That hasn't necessarily materialized entirely yet, but we're still it's still in the works. It can be pretty difficult getting a video together with such a large band. It's quite a process.
All right, cool. Aaron, I'm going to hit you with this one. So how has it been for you not being able to get down with your crew as much as I imagine you probably normally would have?
I miss hanging out with these guys. We used to hang out twice a week, 3 times a week, sometimes go on tour for weeks together. So it's definitely a real struggle, but I think I'm an optimist, and I take advantage of the fact that everyone's healthy and we're doing okay, and we get the opportunities like this to kind of do things together that are still special, and they're different, and it's a different time right now. But I like the fact that, when you want to hang out with your friends, you can still use technology to do it, and it's not the same, and you miss those opportunities to play music. And I can't wait for the next time it's safe to hang out in a room and play music together and just even spend time in person. But I'll take all the opportunities I get, like things like this. And yeah.
So the videos, man, you guys got a heap of videos. I'm just looking at I got your website up. Dudes, you guys got such a fire energy, man. Every time I've ever bumped into you and seen you guys, man, it feels rootsy for me. You've got one album that is covers, and then you got another album that looks like originals, and those are both from a little while back. How about we go to Matt? What's your preference? You like doing covers, or you like doing original tunes?
It's kind of interesting because they're very different. It's pretty fun to take covers sometimes, and we add our own kind of flavor to it. And I think that that really, the covers, there's a lot of people who maybe people can latch onto covers, I guess is what I mean. So it's familiar territory, but we bring our own kind of flavor to it. But if I had to choose one, I would definitely say our original tunes. I mean, there's so many different influences in the band. We all come from different kind of slightly different backgrounds, and we're all individuals. We all bring our own individuality to each song. So they it's just purely like a distillation of every individual in the band when it finally comes out. And I think the originals are kind of where it's at for me.
Kyle, just kind of wondering, because things are as they are and there's no predicting what is going to happen and how things are going to unfold, what are the next couple of steps for Dirty Catfish in terms of maintaining connect with their audience, in terms of maintaining a social presence?
Well, I think that the first thing that's just happened is we got to be a part of the Times Change 20th anniversary compilation fundraising album. That's featuring a new song that we've yet to release. So the pandemic kind of caught us right in the middle of building a content cycle and creative cycle. We're about 70% way through finishing an album that we've been working on for a while of all original music. So we're trying to get all that wrapped up before we start rolling any of that content out. But once the doors are open in studios and we're able to finish tracking and get things mixed and record some live videos and get everything together for that package, then we'll have lots to present. But
for people that are not familiar with Dirty Catfish Brass Band, who have not been blessed by experiencing your music and your vibration, what are the best ways at this point in time for them to get in touch with your music and to track what's going on with the Dirty Catfish Brass Band?
New content will be rolling out soon to the streaming platforms, but if you visit our website, you can see some some new videos, more current videos from the past couple of years, and then keep in touch with us through our social media outlets that you'll find there.
This is Hindsights 2020. We've been chatting with the Dirty Catfish Brass Band. I want to thank all y'all cats for coming out with us this evening, man. Vibing out.
Thank you.
Thanks a lot.
Thanks for having us.
Great to be
Happy
here.
New Year.
Yeah.
Happy New Year.
Yeah.
Here we go now. Here we go now. Here we go now. Here we go now. Hey, 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 hey. Here we go now. Here we go now. Here we go now. Here we go now. Put your hands on your hips and shake that thing. Come on. Put your hands on your hips and shake that thing. Come on. Hey. Put your hands on your hips and shake that thing. Come on. Woo. Put your hands on your hips and shake that thing. Come on. Everybody say groove. What's that you're doing? You sure look good to me. Look good to me, yeah. I said groove. What's that you're doing? You sure look good to me. You're looking good tonight, people. Just so you know. I said groove. What's that you're doing? You sure look good to me. Look good to me. Look good to me. Look good to me. I said groove. What's that you're doing? You sure look good to me. Hey, come on. Woo! Yeah. If you all want to party like we do, if you all want to party like we do, say ah 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 ah. If you all want to party like we do, if you all want to party like we do, say ah 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 ah. If you all want to party like we do, if you all want to party like we do, say ah 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 ah. If you all want to party like we do, if you all want to party like we do, say ah 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 ah. Oh yeah, are you guys ready to party? Are you ready to party tonight? Come on! Yeah! All right, let's party! Come on! I want your body. Come on, let's party. I want to feel you. Let's do what we do. I want your body. Come on, let's party. I want to feel you. Let's do what we do. Hey, come on. That's what you're here for. I wanna groove it. Come on and move it. Get on the dance floor. That's what you're here for. Hey, come on. Yeah. I'm party with you. feel you. Let's do what we do. Hey, come on!
Hey, it's Big Daddy Taz. Welcome back to Hindsights 2020. My next guest is a friend that is a thriving trade show presenter who's turned his business into an online training company. He's a very well-respected magician. He's embraced the virtual medium, not only teaching how to use all this stuff that I have no clue about, but he's also doing a lot of online magic shows as well. Please welcome the CEO of Engagify. Oh, fancy name, Anders Blanchet. How are you, mister?
Hey, Taz. Thanks for having me on. I'm doing well.
No problem. Look how fancy your studio is. That's pretty nice. I like that.
Yeah, thanks. Well, it was an evolution, right? I didn't used to look like this, but then everything happened, and then it's kind of, you add a little bit more, you get the lights, you start trying to make it look a little bit better, and before you know it, you get somewhere. So
I'm an evolution too, but I might be very closer to the one end than you are. That's for sure. Look at me. I look like I'm barely walking upright. 2020 has been kind of it affected everybody, and it affected every genre of work and things, but entertainers for sure. It sure took a toll on us. How has it been for you? Because I know that you were doing some really great big trade shows, and those obviously done, right?
Yeah, well, so we were kind of on tip of the spear kind of thing, because March 12th was like my last trade show, and a lot of companies had pulled out. It was like you were walking around, no one was if you pulled your hand out to shake hands, it was like pulling a gun on someone. It was like right at that time. And so then that was my last one, and shows kept getting canceled, and they wait, and then how it was for everyone else. But it was these, because they were 30,000 people at a lot of these shows. These were some of the first to go. So so those kind of tailed off, and we've been wanting to make a shift from being a trade show presenter company to being more of an engagement company. That had kind of been in our strategic plans, and then now we had lots of time, so we started putting those plans in motion. And so that's kind of how we came to be, from the move from the infotainers to Engagify. So, and now we're helping companies, helping companies make their teams and their events more engaging. So that's kind of what.
It was a little bit of a wave that pushed you up on the beach there a bit. It's
it made us do it, and then now it's good because we're finally kind of getting traction. And we have our clients we can kind of come back to. And when live events do return, whenever that is going to happen in terms of trade shows, we'll look forward to that. But we do have some other offerings that we're doing where we're helping sales teams learn how to help sell through the virtual platform, virtual medium more effectively, presentation skills and that sort of thing.
Yeah. You're still doing a bunch of magic though, right?
Yes. And that's kind of one of the things that we did at trade shows was we took messaging from companies and we would put magic to it. So it was infotainment, right? The idea that we were entertaining and informing. And so now with the whole virtual side of things, there are some, obstacles, but also kind of ways of exploring, new and better ways of doing magic through this platform. So reinventing
how you present it for sure. And it's But you're still doing magic, right?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I get it.
Are you still doing magic?
I am. Let me show you something here, Taz.
I'd love it if you're offering. That would be perfect. If you would offer.
Well, I don't have anything prepared except for this Rubik's cube that's sitting on the table over here. So I have actually Rubik's cube magic's hot right now. You know, people being able to solve them very fast. I actually have the secret to solve this one right here, and it is the world's fastest Rubik's cube solved. Do you see that on the thing? And you see that's how fast it works, just like that. So that's pretty fast. You don't even have to touch it. So that's kind of a handy one right there.
Oh man, that took me a second to realize what just happened there. I'm like, what just happened?
I know it sneaks up on you on that one. It's not that good, but it doesn't take that long, so that's nice. Let's try this. Taz, this is one that I would do in person, but there's kind of an added, I don't know. There's fun the fact that we have to do it through the camera. So you have to use your imagination, Taz. I know you have plenty of imagination. I actually have an imaginary deck of cards here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to hand it to you through the camera. So if you could reach up to your camera and grab that imaginary deck, you got it? Okay. Oh, so nice handoff. That was beautiful, Taz. All right. Now what I want you to do is take that deck, Taz, shuffle it up real good. So mix them up. If you could take them out of the box first, Taz, that would actually help.
Perfect. Sorry about that.
No problem. All right. Good stuff. Okay. Nice. Oh, there we go. Okay. Take out one card, and I want you to hold it up to the camera. I'm going to look away. I don't want to see it. Okay. I want you to take that card, put it upside down, put it back inside the deck. So it's face up and a face down deck.
You want me to show it?
Don't show it to me. No. Okay. Show it to the camera, but not me. Okay.
There we go. And you want me to put it in the deck?
Upside down, though. That's important.
Okay. Upside down. Okay.
Yeah.
Beautiful.
And what I want you to do is put the deck back in the box.
Okay.
And if you could
I dropped the box. Hang on.
Oh, okay. Good. That's good because this is also a short trick. So now we're padding it nicely. That's good. Now, if you could be so kind, and if you could kind of just throw me that deck, throw it at the camera for me. So just kind of, oh, there we go. Perfect. That was a nice throw there. Okay, so what was the card, Taz, that you were actually thinking of? What was the card that you pulled out and you showed everyone?
A 7 of hearts.
7 of hearts. You're sure about that? You want to change your mind or anything? If I go through this deck of cards, you see it's a normal deck, other than the fact that there is one face down card inside the deck there. See that? One face down card in the whole deck. What was the card you were thinking of again?
7 of hearts.
There we go.
Oh, man. That's awesome.
Yeah, thanks.
That's very, you know what? I'm always blown away. And I love it even more when we were used to be able to be right there and you do it right in front of me and I'm like watching for something. I'm watching for this. And the next thing you're like, oh, is this yours? I'm like, yes, it is. Right. It's perfect. Oh man.
Yeah, no, and it still works. And it's so neat. So there's actually quite a few magicians out there doing these virtual shows because there just isn't anything else to do, right? So to be able to bring staff together, bring people together, have a laugh, be amazed, and at least we can try to make up for this kind of
adding some sort of normalcy to our lives again, right? And it's
exactly.
Magic and music and acting and comedy. They're the distractions in life that we need right now. They're what we're going to take us. Like I was saying to others, it's what's going to take us away from our lives for a little bit, and just and it's the sense of wonder that I still get the sense of wonder from the tricks, right, and from the magic that you produce. Well, do you remember the first thing you said when I came to your studio, other than "Who are you"? You looked at me and you go, "I want to give you a big hug right now, but I can't." Yeah. Right, because as entertainers, we're a big family, and it's hard to see our kinfolk hurting. But I appreciate you very much for showing me the tricks and for being part of Hindsights 2020, buddy. Lots of love to your family and you in 2021 and beyond.
Thanks, Taz. Thanks for having me on.
No problems. Lots of love.
All right, Hindsight 2020's more music coming at you right now. We're sitting down with Murray Pulver. Y'all might know him from Crash Test Dummies, maybe from Doc Walker, or maybe from the latest incarnation, Ego Spank. What's happening, bro? How you doing, man?
I'm doing great. Good to speak to you.
Dude, we've been doing this thing, so I've been, meeting up with a bunch of musicians. Some cats are new to me. Point is, your name is in a lot of people's mouths right now, man. So I'm just kind of wondering, what is it that you've been doing, man? You sound like you're just like everywhere doing everything right now. So how about you break down for us what's been popping in 2020?
Well, a lot's been popping everywhere in all aspects of 2020, right?
Mm-hmm.
We're, I've considered myself super fortunate to be continuing to make music. People are still making music. We need music in our lives, maybe now more than ever, right? And I've just been very fortunate to have started a bunch of projects before all the madness went down, and it's just sort of continued on. So I've been very lucky, and I appreciate that my name's in a lot of people's mouths right now, because that means something's going right. But I've just been it's been different but exciting at the same time, because I'm getting to work with people from all over the place, not just Winnipeg, not just different parts of Manitoba, but people in Nashville and Vancouver and in Toronto, and that's been really exciting. And I not that I want that to continue, because there's nothing like making music with people in the same room, as
Mm-hmm.
but we're doing things different, and it's still working.
Well, it seems like too. It's it's been a year of a lot of changes for people trying to get adjusted to online presence, streaming concerts, the curbside concerts, stuff like that. So have you been doing a lot of production? Have you been digging into developing an online presence at this point? How did you set your priorities with kind of the change in protocols?
Yeah, I'm the worst with online presence, I must say. Like 2020, I'm still in 2007. My MySpace page, man, is amazing. I've been relying on some people to sort of do that for me a little bit, like just to sort of have that online presence. It's like, using it as an advertising sort of form or a promotional form. But I feel like I've been very lucky that a lot of projects and a lot of my clients in the past have been very good about spreading my name around, word of mouth, and that's kind of and hopefully product that I have been producing is getting others interested in working with me, and again, just feeling super fortunate,
Right on, man.
that's happened. Yeah. And online presence actually terrifies me. So
well, then we're totally up on your game right here, right now, I guess.
Yes, you are.
Seeing as you're new to this online format and this online presence, we thought we would mess with you, and we go spank. We got ego spank in effect right now.
God.
We got Daniel Roy, we got Gilles Fournier, and we got Marc Arnault. What's up, Mark? How you doing, bro?
This is bizarre. Hey guys.
Hey Murph.
Whoa, Gilles.
How you doing?
Gilles just Dan. Hey, this is weird. I feel like I just saw Mark like a second ago.
Hi guys.
Very funny. Wow, ego spank on the screen.
Somebody scream.
There you go. There's everybody.
All right, Mark.
Wow, this is hilarious.
You guys got the fire going. Oh my gosh, this is amazing.
Oh man, yeah.
Keep it tasty, man. This is how we do it, bro.
Wow. Hi, Pooh, man. Haven't seen you in a long, long time.
I'm saying, brother, we have not flexed in a bit, bro. How you been, man?
Wow. Well, chilling.
What?
Chilling today. It's cold now.
Yeah.
Winter finally arrived.
Well, it's good it's good for the slip and slides, though. You got like rinks on half the sidewalks of Winnipeg right now, so you can get out there and get your recreation in, right?
That's very true.
Yeah, we got one in our backyard. It's actually not built yet, but we have had it for the past 3 years now. So.
Oh yeah, man. Not like having the homemade luge, right?
Oh man.
We wanted
You do that with-
we wanted to bring you cats in, Mark, Jill, Danielle. We wanted to bring you guys in so y'all could crack on Murray a little bit. This is like we're busting this cherry right now in terms of creating an online presence. We wanted to make this memorable. Danielle, how about we start with you, bro? What is the craziest thing you know about this cat, Murray Pulver, man?
Oh man.
Whoa.
Well,
It's
that
roasting.
I can't say out loud here on this Zoom meeting. But the craziest thing, you know, I'll tell you the most beautiful thing, because the craziest things are not necessarily appropriate for our general audience. The most beautiful thing, and I'm sure you guys maybe have covered this, I don't know what you talked about, probably about us, but is that he's such an amazing human being. And I know we're supposed to roast him on that fire on the screen, but you know what? Like all the people on this screen, there are no better people to play music with.
That's true.
And you know, I had the chance and privilege to make music with these cats for such a long time. And Murray just, I don't know. I think it's a unanimous amen, a hallelujah, with the positivity that Murray brings to everything he does. And you know,
man,
explains why he's such a sought after producer, go-go dancer, dog groomer, and, spandex. Yeah, I mean,
yeah, endorser.
If we could show you, he could show you the bicycle spandex.
Oh yeah,
that's what
that
I was
would
thinking. Too, yeah,
that might be the best thing. Hey.
He's the only male who has a Lululemon endorsement.
Oh yeah.
So that's what
I gotta hit them up for some new gear.
I gotta say, you know what I find crazy about Murray is his permagrin. Like he never stops smiling. Even when he's mad, he smiles. It's that drives me crazy.
So he's just somewhat psychotic, is what you're saying.
Exactly.
Yeah, there's something behind that.
Yeah. You're always gonna lose the argument because he's always smiling, so you
Yeah.
can't get at him.
There's some mutation there.
So you guys known my secret all this time.
I don't know if his wife agrees.
Hey, yo, Mark. So on the Ego Spank website, I like what you put. You said that inspiration may strike and send the band hurling down on an abyss of pure bliss. Sounds like you were quoting me on that there, bro. Ego Spank experience, man. Is it a nice home?
Is it a nice home? Yeah, it's a very comfy home. Like these are the guys that I can just basically bring out any idea and they latch on so quickly. It's like you don't even have to explain yourself with words. You just like use a certain kind of chord or a passage, and they're on. It's clicked, and then it just goes.
We latch onto the musical teats of Mark.
Yes, my teats, my lactating teats.
And Jill, I'm familiar with you from the jazz world, from funk world, from all over the place, man. So Ego Spank, what's the percentage of like tunes you guys have collabed on versus improvisation? And do you guys see yourselves as being heralds of bringing improv back to the stage?
Wow, that's a full question there. You said percentage of like what is improvised on stage and what is structured, so to speak.
Yeah.
Well, we got our tunes, we got our basic structure, and hopefully, and a lot of like all the other stuff is like solos, and sometimes we go places. Somebody triggers be it by accident or just by a look or by a little riff, brings us somewhere else on a dime. And and another thing is, over the years, most of the people who came out to see us who, you know, when they were kids and who we inspired, they would come to see us just to hear us make a big mistake and see where it goes. Like we, you know, make big accident, you know, screw up in the tune, but it doesn't end there. That's just when the adventure starts.
Yeah,
So
I think that's their favorite part. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
That's why people.
I've always kind of looked at it like you make a mistake one time, it's a mistake. 2 times, it's improvisation. You make the same mistake 3 times, that's the funk, baby, right?
Can we use that in our bio?
So Daniel, with you and everything it's been a big switch up last year for how everybody's doing everything. How have you been maintaining the vibes, man? How are you keeping yourself up?
Trying to keep making mistakes so I can 3 times so I can make it funky. I don't know. You know, it's been interesting. It's been a kind of a wacky year. Like I think like a lot of people, I started, hey, I've got all this free time. Started shedding back in March, April. Had a really great couple months where I was in top shape and no gigs. And so that just kind of went plummeting down. But you know what? It's been, I don't know, I've written a few fresh tunes. I've been lucky to get some really fun contracts. And with Indigenous Day Live, another plug. But there's a show on APTN coming up soon that people can dig. Tons of great Indigenous and non-Indigenous ally Canadian talent. So that's coming up on winter solstice and the days that follow. So that kind of kept me afloat. It's been really fun to dabble in other sort of production side of things. And but I, you know, ultimately, I really miss playing music. It's like,
that's what you got into it for, you know, is to play music.
Such a huge part of our lives, and when it's not there, suddenly it's like you wonder something's wrong, right? You sort of go through your day and there isn't that, and I think Ego Spank kind of defines that the fun and the funk and all those things that, you know, the structure and like you said, there's all that lack of structure in the improv and freedom that we have amongst us and the fun that we have that people also appreciate, like Gilles said. That's a big aspect of what's going on.
Yeah. And Mark, with you and the family, man, is it how's it been to be more available, more around? You're not touring, you're not banging out every night. How's the vibes back at home?
Having like some time to actually be at home, it's it's a nice thing, you know, especially the young 6-year-old. Like when I'm home, it's full on 6-year-old mind frame. We're playing games, we're inventing, we are, so it's being on the road's the tough part about being a musician. I'm not on the road with these guys as often as I would like, but we were lucky this summer though, because times have changed, people adapt, and we were having house concerts outside, and people needed to see entertainment, and we needed to play for people.
Chapter 1 in the book of life says you don't need cash to be alright. The Hollywood stars, they shine so bright. Celebrity culture's a blinding light. Strive to emulate, don't you hesitate. Smash your piggy bank and head to the mall. Find the sluts that make you stand tall. I got my funky shoes. He's got his funky shoes. Check 'em out, check 'em out. He's got his funky shoes. I got my funky shoes. He's got his funky shoes. Check 'em out, check 'em out. He's got his funky shoes. I'm defined by my accessories, or should I say accessories. Seduced by golden Aphrodite, transformed into my appetite. But whatever I can talk and think about this last night, because everybody knows there's a price to pay if you want people to say, I like your funky shoes. He's got his funky shoes. Check 'em out, check 'em out. He's got his funky shoes. I like your funky shoes. He's got his funky shoes. Check 'em out, check 'em out. He's got his funky shoes. Everybody wants that fancy thing. The latest, the hottest, the bling bling. Everybody wants that fancy thing. The latest, the hottest, the bling bling. Everybody wants that fancy thing. The latest, the hottest, the bling bling. Everybody wants that fancy thing. The latest, the hottest, the bling bling. your Malthusian teacher, something I know about property. No matter how little we got, we throw my showing up for others have not. It's a fancy car, it's a god above, it's a hybrid plan, it's a big bad scar, it's a whole big old plate of pulled pork. It's an idea. I got my funky shoes. He's got his funky shoes. Check him out, check him out. He's got his funky shoes. I got my funky shoes. He's got his funky shoes. Check him out, check him out. He's got his funky shoes. She's got her funky shoes. He's got his funky shoes. Check him out, check him out. He's got his funky shoes. Got my funky shoes. He's got his funky shoes. Check him out, check him out. He's got his funky shoes. Everybody wants that fancy thing. The latest, the hottest, the bling bling. Everybody wants that fancy thing. The latest, the hottest, the bling bling. Everybody wants that fancy thing. The latest, the hottest, the bling bling. Everybody wants that fancy thing. The latest, the hottest, the bling bling bling.
How about you, Jill? How have you been keeping? How about you keeping your vibes up, man? What has been your method for surviving 2020?
Well, I had a custom-formed fetal a pod in the shape of a fetal position that I hang out. It's climate-controlled. It disperses a small sedative, so I'm not going out of my skin in it. And I stay in that most of the time, probably 22 hours a day. And then the other 2 hours I come out to stretch and eat, say hi to my kids, and the dog, and then I go back in there. That's
so
what
you're kind of unaware of what's really going on in the world.
I have no idea what's going on.
Amazing.
As far as I know.
I should have tried it. I tried the same thing.
Well, here we are. This is us, Hindsights 2020, matching it up with musicians that have the Manitoba roots and thing. Right now, we're dealing with Ego Spank, courtesy of Murray Pulver. What up to Gilles Fournier, Dan Roy, and of course, Marc Arnault. Thank you guys so much for joining us up this afternoon, man, and sharing the vibes, man. Really digging on your energies, man.
Thank you for having us.
Thank you.
What a pleasant surprise to see everybody. It's amazing.
Next up on Blast from the Past, we're saluting none other than Kevin Bundy Dunn. Now, Bundy's Late Night Review, which aired every Friday night, I think it was from 11 till 3 a.m., showed older classic TV shows intermixed with footage of Bundy attending various Manitoba events and organizations for charities and things like that. It aired from 1987 to 1992 on the Manitoba Television Network, and it raised over $250,000 for local charities while it was on the air. So here's a salute to Kevin. Let's check that out.
Live from the studios of the Manitoba Television Network, it's Bundy's Late Night Review. Happy Halloween, everybody.
Well, hello from Bundy's Late Night Review.
I told you not so close to the camera. I told you not so close.
Baby, there's a chance you ought to take. A chance of a mistake you gotta make. Maybe I'm mistaken too. Take my chance with you. I need you like a shadow needs a light. I follow you like morning follows night. When nothing's left ahead of you, I'll be right behind you. Shadows disappear at night. We both know it's a shame if you should lose one. Why is it so hard to find? Tell me that you're right.
Kev, you made me one happy beaver.
This isn't a radio station. This is television. This is Bundy's Late Night Review. You hear me?
I can't keep
You gotta love that Bundy.
My heart's on fire, pro Bundy.
I know it's risky.
Thank you for telling me. You're entering the Bundy Zone.
Who is there to say we're wrong?
have to come with me. You're under arrest. What's going on?
Mr. Bundy, you are being arrested for disturbing the peace of Manitoba viewers after midnight every Friday.
Turn that thing off. Huh? Mr. Douglas, do you know what you just did? Yes. You silenced the work of hundreds of technicians and actors, not to mention the relatives of the producer.
Enough of the shenanigans. Go to bed, the lot of you. Before I run you all in. Bundy's Late Night Review.
Well, you know you're getting old when they call and say, "Where are you now?" Hi, everybody. My name is Kevin Bundy Dunn. I don't think I've called myself that since 2005 when I moved back from Manitoba to Hamilton. And I say back because Hamilton is where I grew up. That's where I went to college, to TV school. But in 1986, when I was fresh out of college, I was cutting promos for the new Manitoba television network. And then station manager Drew Craig came up to me and said, "Look, we bought all these old TV shows, Gilligan's Island, The Munsters, Lucy, and we need somebody to host them for our Friday night slot. Would you like to do it?" Well, I jumped at the opportunity and was born Bundy's Late Night Review after the nickname that somebody gave me in college. Good friend named me in college Bundy, but that's a whole other story. Now you got to realize in those days there was no Nickelodeon, there weren't the specialty channels that we have now, so people hadn't seen shows like The Munsters in a long time. So this was kind of new, this was really cool. And so I jumped at the opportunity, and the May long weekend of 1987, we started a 5-year run of Bundy's Late Night Review. I'm telling you, we should have been paying them for the amount of fun we were having doing that show. Every week, the Beeve and myself, we would hit places like Portage La Prairie and Brandon and Beausejour, Toulon, Selkirk, live on Lombard. We'd hit all over Manitoba and just have so much fun. I love doing that show. It was a real moment in time for me, and I hope it was for you too. But a year after that show started, then Drew Craig approached me again and said he was buying a whole new bunch of shows, only kid shows this time, cartoons, and he wanted to do a similar thing on Saturday morning. And then was born the MTN Kids Club. I called Adam Rickner, who had created and voiced the Beeve. God rest his soul. Miss you, Adam. He created Buckley for me. And of course, Buckley became the co-host for the MTN Kids Club. You gonna let me speak? Okay, I'll let you speak. Hi everybody, it's Buckley again. How you doing? And so this was Buckley, and 10 years we were on the air with the MTN Kids Club. Can I go now? Yes, you can go now. Those were good times. Those were great times. When I look back at all the money we raised for charity, all the fun we had, my biggest takeaway, my biggest enjoyment was the people of Manitoba, and I mean that sincerely. Everywhere we went, people were always so real, so real. And as for me now, I work mostly behind the scenes, behind the camera, directing and producing documentaries. I speak all over the world on the subject of the dignity of the human person, a subject that's very, very close to my heart. I speak about my mission, which is called Prophets of Hope. And of course, I'm still playing music, and I enjoy most of all being father and being a grandpa now. Yeah, the gray's caught up with me. As I used to say, you gotta love it, and I still do. A big hello to all my friends in Manitoba. Stay safe and have a happy new year. Love you.
Hey everyone, we're here with a very special guest this evening on New Year's Eve, Paul Maurice, head coach of the Winnipeg Jets. Hey Paul, happy new year. Welcome to Hindsights 2020.
Al, happy new year to you and all your viewers.
Thanks very much. First off, Paul, I have to ask you, how are you doing? How are you and your family doing in all of this in such an unusual year?
You know, we think, well, like everybody has a completely different set of circumstances for sure. There's been an awful lot of challenges with this, and it's not something any of us was prepared for. So you don't really have a game plan. So if you look back at the good things, I would say there've been a lot of good things for us. Like I got 3 kids. I guess they're not kids. They're all in their 20s. And short of a pandemic, there's absolutely no way that they would spend as much time with me over the last 8 months. Like truly, I mean, that now my youngest goes away to school, but my other 2 are in Winnipeg. So I got all 3 kids at home, and they can't really go anywhere. So we have spent more time together, especially in the last 4 months, than maybe in the previous 5 years, and certainly any time. So that's been the big positive. I mean, the negative is we spent so much time together, but you know what I mean? Like if you're looking at good things, we've had more family dinners over the last 5 months than in the last 5 years combined. And that will always be thankful for.
Well, even thinking about the Christmas season, Paul, I mean, you're usually on the road. You're usually heavily into your schedule. You might get a couple of days,
right?
But for the most part, you're busy.
Yeah. The problem is I've kind of used my schedule as a reason for not doing a lot of Christmas shopping. and then I thought I could kind of morph that into, I can't really be going to the shopping malls, but turns out you can still online pick up. So I'm not sure that my excuses are going to work this year for the thin tree. But you know what, you're right. To be able to, and you know what it's like because you're there every day. There's lots of energy in a hockey season. And if you lose the last 2 going into Christmas, it might be a little grumbly. And now we can kind of have a little bit more of a calm, if you will, Christmas, and certainly enjoy each other's company.
You usually have a game on New Year's Eve quite often on the road. So, but I know you're not a big party guy, I don't think. So would this be any different than a normal New Year's Eve for you if you were at home?
New Year's Eve's, the appeal of New Year's Eve died when you're about 25, I think so. And you're right. We were on the road an awful lot. I like that. You know what? You get the guys on the plane together, right? Just some time together and not have to worry about what practice is going to be like the next day because they're all contained. I'm not missing out anything on a normal New Year's Eve.
So usually when you and I are talking, it's during hockey season. The Jets are in full flight, and it's very focused on that. But this evening, we're talking more about music and entertainment and the people who've been affected in those industries during this pandemic. So the big question for you right off the bat here on this one is, are you a musical guy?
I love music, right? And it is... I don't play any instruments. I got an older brother that plays guitar in a band. So, but grew up, got on Zeppelin, right? That was my older. So I got an older brother. So I basically listened to all his stuff. So I'm a huge Led Zeppelin fan. And then when I went away to play junior, I'll try not to make this too long an answer. I got hit with a puck in my eye my first year. And I had to spend like 3 weeks with both my eyes covered, basically in bed. And I listen to music. So I'm in Windsor. So I get all of the Detroit rock stations, right? WRIF, just Arthur Pantalo. So just some great rock and roll stations. So classic rock and Southern rock, obviously Zeppelin, and then probably moved over into country music, country Western in the last 10 or 15, right? My dad, Hank Williams Sr. guy, and Doug Kershaw, which I couldn't get it. And then, so now I listen to kind of whatever's on my playlist and I find something new. So Coulter Wall, now, the kid out of Saskatchewan, great country voice. So I'm into that a little bit. I will listen to my music for sure in the car on the way to the rink and back. And then quite a bit of time on downtimes on the road, right? If you're going for a walk, stuff like that. I can't listen to music and watch video at the same time. I end up singing while the game's going on, or I miss the song I wanted to hear. So, but I'm a big music fan, but I wouldn't say I'm musical by any means.
How do you like the music when you're in the locker room with the team?
Oh my God. So I remember my dad saying, and I don't think it was Zeppelin, it might have been Kiss, that music is so bad, you guys don't know anything about music. And I can remember him thinking, you're just old, right? At the end of the day, you're just old. You have no idea what you're talking about. And I had that moment in the Jets locker room. So up until I got to the Jets, I kind of knew what the guys were listening to. Maybe I heard it. And the stuff that they play in that room is just god awful. So I realized I'm just old. The music's fine. Their stuff's good. I'm just old. I don't understand it. I don't understand. They would like it. They've got some techno stuff going on there. They got heavy rap. They got, oh my God, it's awful. That's truly bad. Truly bad.
Well, whatever works for them, right? You get one going in the playoffs, and then you're going to stick with it forever.
I make no comment. So that's my first comment about the music, but I would never walk into the locker room and say your music's terrible because my dad set me straight. I'm just old.
You ever get to any concerts amid your busy schedule?
So rarely. It would be mostly an invite in the summer. Saw the Tragically Hip. That was here. That was awesome. Luke Bryant. When I was in Carolina, I got to a few. We went on a run, kind of as a Jimmy Buffett fans, my wife and I. So there was kind of like the July 1st, either in Detroit area or down in Carolina. Saw some concerts there. I think one of the first concerts I ever saw in my life was at the Sault Ste. Marie Memorial Gardens, and it was actually Ted Nugent, believe it or not. So, and Ted had like probably 10 years earlier had been doing like anthem rock, right? Like 30,000 people in the building. And there's like 1,500 people in the Sault Memorial Gardens, but I think he brought every amplifier that he had and just blew the doors off the place, right? It was like you couldn't hear for 3 days. So I saw Deep Purple at Joe Louis Arena in Detroit. That was an experience. I saw U2 and their Joshua Tree tour at the Pontiac Silverdome. So that's like really cool for me, right? There's 70,000 people in that place. And I had a chemistry exam the next day too. And I opted for the concert other than the A. So I wouldn't be somebody like that would have, I've seen Bruce Springsteen a couple of times. I saw him on the same tour. He came in on his revival tour, and I saw him in North Carolina. It was really good, right? I really enjoyed the show. And then our American League team happened to be in Cincinnati, so I went in to watch them play in the playoffs, and he played a concert at Cincinnati, and it was almost completely different. And it was kind of, the crowd was going, and he picked up on it, and he played for about 3.5 hours. It was unbelievable, right? He just wouldn't get off the stage. The crowd went nuts it was exhausting is what it was. I don't know how he did it, but I was exhausted at the end of the night. So I've had some concerts that I really, really enjoy. I mean, I think I probably stood and cheered and sang along when I was younger. I'll probably sit through the concerts a little more than I used to now, but yeah, I love it. I love the spectacle of it.
Wow, that's really cool. I really appreciate you sharing that with us. I think I can speak for a lot of Winnipeggers when I say we're looking forward to seeing you back doing what you love to do, which is coaching. Sounds like that's going to happen in the near future, and that's great news for everybody. And I just want to say Happy New Year to you, Paul, and to your family and to your organization. We really appreciate you being here, and all the best in 2021.
Same to you, Ted, and all of the viewers. And let's just fingers crossed that 2021 can be slightly less eventful if possible. We'll just leave it at that.
Fantastic. Thanks again, Paul.
Okay, good.
Continuing live inside the vibes with Hindsights 2020. Right now, we're going to get down with my man, JD Edwards. You can find him online, the JD Edwards Band, at JD Edwards Band, all over the place. This cat is always busy. Brother, how are you doing?
I'm all right. I'm staying alive.
Right on, man. So, when you were talking with one of the producers earlier, you guys were mentioning the loft sessions. You mind breaking that down for me? Because I'm not familiar.
Yeah, so a number of years ago, Manitoba Music offered video production to a number of different artists in the city, in the province. And I got a chance to do a video with the JD Edwards Band, first round. And on the second round, I did another one with the Small Glories. And it was amazing. It was a wonderful production team, and the videos turned out excellent. They looked great, they sounded great, and we were thrilled to have video, live video of us performing.
I rolled out my 20s, moving on through my 30s. I got 40s ahead of me on down the road.
I gotta get there tonight. Some say gotta use up all your daylight before it goes out for good. But I hope when I'm an older man I ain't dreaming the same story about holding this here guitar without any strings. Cause I'm freezing up in my hotel, feeling the love to the ones I belong to. I ain't treating you right. Oh, and all my life I've been afraid. And maybe I've been better off had I paid. Well, this fighting going on in my head, tossing, turning me late in bed. Rest is what I really long for. She stands up in my way and her passion car hits my face and I go down again for the count. Hey. I know I've seen the scene before and the camera that longs for more. Punishment, abuse, tag of the heart. I'm gonna get back up on the stage again. I'm gonna be the one you wanna hear again. There's a dead old man in my past. And all my life I've been afraid. And maybe I've been better off had I paid.
I'm always getting notifications from you online about stuff you're getting into and shows that you're doing and everything. And I've actually got your, I was looking at your Facebook page here, and even as recent as October and stuff, I mean, September busy, October busy, you know, all these things going on. The beer can, break down for me what, I mean, because this was during the kind of the intermediate phase between the two lockdowns. So how was it for you having an opportunity to kind of get back out and get on stage? And did these shows, did everything happen? And at what point did you find yourself getting cut off from live performance?
When the word came out that the pandemic was on and everything was shutting down, of course, everything stopped. All of our shows stopped, and we had to scramble, and we had to sort of gather some ideas. So the Small Glories had done a live show. We did a streaming show. We did a handful of backyard concerts, all socially distanced. And then the beer can came around in July for the J.D. Edwards Band, and we played 4 Thursdays out of the month. And that was awesome. It was so fun to perform. You know, there were the obvious concerns about how we're going to do it socially distanced. What are the rules? You know, there was all of these things. And but in the end, it worked out really well. Everyone was cool. We had a lot of support, and everything worked out really well. I started doing. At the end of the summer and then through the fall a little bit, or through all the fall pretty much, I did something called the Curbside Concerts. I joined that organization, and our friend Rami Mays booked a whole bunch of different artists, me included, in doing these 45-minute shows around the city. People would hire artists, and they would host at their house, but like on their front lawn or maybe in their backyard or on the side. Everyone had a different scenario. And I would pull up with my van, unload my little gear, and then do a 45-minute set, an hour set, and then pack up and go away. You know, and it was great. It was really nice to have all of these gig opportunities to bring some music and some joy to some people. You know, a lot of people were really upset about the whole scenario for obvious reasons, and we brought, you know, we continued to bring some joy and some music into people's lives. It was great. We had a lot of opportunity. I feel really lucky and fortunate for all of the opportunities that came across my path during this pandemic.
That's fantastic, because I've actually been I've been trying to get the highlights out of Cats. Like as difficult and challenging as 2020 has been, it seems like the trying to cope and trying to deal with the restrictions and everything has forced everybody to be creative, in that rather than as difficult as it's been, that there have been some really cool unexpected highlights for you outside of being a musician. What would have been your hindsight highlight from 2020?
Well, I must say that because of the pandemic, it has kept me home. And so, a highlight is I've been able to sleep in my own bed for multiple nights in a row, since the pandemic. Because normally I'd be on the road. We would be, the Small Glories were doing a ton of work across Canada and through the States. A lot more. We're going to be going through the States. We were going to go back to Europe. I mean, we had a lot planned. And it would have been like 2 weeks on the road, a week at home, 2 weeks on the road, week on home. It kind of go like that throughout the summer, and we would be in that right now too.
So as we're moving forward, man, I mean, obviously there's no prognosis. Nobody knows how long we're going to be in the state that we're in. So looking towards 2021, what kind of plans do you have for maintaining your connection with your audience?
Well, the J.D. Edwards Band has been working on some new music, or at least trying to get a record out of music that we've been playing with for the last year or two. But yeah, just trying to stay connected, just trying to stay online when we can, and when this all starts to get back to normal, we want to have some more music, some more missiles to be thrown out at people, because people are going to be really pining for something new, and we want to be there to give it to them. So we're working hard to stay creative as best as we can.
Right on, bro. I've always dug the energy and the vibe that you bring, man. From the first time that I met you, and the first times I saw you performing and everything. And to hear that you are maintaining these connections and doing it the way you're doing it, man, I'm glad for you that you've actually had some time to ease back, spend some time with your family and everything. For people that aren't familiar with you, that are getting to meet you for the first time now, what's the best way for them to connect with J.D. Edwards Band, with the Small Glories and everything? What's the best way for them to get in touch with you and start following you?
Well, just social media. You can find us on all the socials. That's probably the best way to connect. You can find the Small Glories music anywhere where you stream music. The J.D. Edwards Band, you can find our music on Bandcamp. You can find our music on other streaming sites as well, if that's what you're into. Plus, you can also just connect with us personally, and we can find music for you to listen to if that's what you need.
Right on, brother. Man, again.
Social media.
There we go, man. All over that business. Well, thanks again for the vibe. Thanks for the time. This is Hindsights 2020. This is J.D. Edwards of the J.D. Edwards Band and the Small Glories.
Another got a no-show here and there. I got a no-show here in this town. Come on. I said it 1 million, and I will say it again. If I keep on believing all of your lies and deceiving all your lies, yeah, well, I would likely go wound up in jail, or worse, down deep in the ground, yo. Never will I see the land that was promised to me. Yes, it was promised to me. Yeah, Mother, won't you help me? No love I can find. No. Heal me, good father. Spirit, yes, and mine. But he says, son, you gotta come on. Well, for it to rain. I'm just praying for it to rain down on me. Mother, won't you help me? No love I can find. No, no. Heal me, good Father, good Father. Spirit, yes, and mine. But he said, son, you gotta come on. Sacrifice, trying to get on back to my safe house. Solid ground would be nice. Solid ground would be nice. Yes, she said, so don't wait for it to happen for all overnight. You gotta go on out and get a son. You gotta wake up and see the light. You gotta wake up and see the light. Yeah. Mother, won't you help me? I can find no. Heal me, good Father, and Spirit, yes, and mine. But he said, son, you gotta come on home. You gotta come on home. Oh, you gotta come on home. Come on. Yeah, you gotta come on home. Oh, you gotta come on home. You gotta come on.
Everybody, we're here with a very special guest this evening from the 2019 Grey Cup champion Winnipeg Blue Bombers, the quarterback, Zach Collaros. Zach, Happy New Year and great to see you. How are you doing, my friend?
Happy New Year. It's I'm doing well. Thanks for having me on. I'm really looking forward to it.
You know, the theme here tonight is life in 2020 and music and things like that. I know you're a professional athlete and your life has been pretty heavily affected by this because you weren't unable to play football in 2020. When you look back on this year, just, you know, how do you sum it up? It sure has been strange for everybody, hasn't it?
Yeah, it definitely has. It's been strange for us all. You know, I think it'd be hard to really find a lot of positive things that happened. You know, for me personally, I had a daughter, so that was silver lining to this entire year. But yeah, it's definitely been a tough year for entertainers in general, and you know, the music industry, like you said, has really been affected. And you know, I'm really happy to be on here to support that industry and you know, be a voice for how important I think live music is. You know, my wife and I talk about it every day. Like all we do, because we're in the house most of the days, is we put on YouTube and we watch a concert of some sort, and we're like, man, we can't wait to go back to concerts. You know, so it's been tough for everybody. Obviously, you and I aren't special. Everybody's dealing with it, but I think things like this bring people together and keep us pushing forward.
Yeah, that's really well put. But you know what? It's interesting because everybody knows you as a guy who throws footballs for a living. They know you as a guy who came to Winnipeg and won the Grey Cup, but they don't know the other side, that you have such a huge interest in music. And maybe you can tell us a bit of where that grew for you, and maybe talk a little bit about the genres that you love.
Yeah, you have, how much time do we have here?
As much as you want.
Probably take a long time, but my dad's a musician and is very musical. So growing up, we were always around that. He tried for years to get me to play the guitar because he plays the acoustic guitar, and then he's a bass player. He was, my entire childhood in a band. So he'd play gigs on the weekends. But yeah, I never really had any interest in that. I was always just trying to go out and shoot the basketball or throw the ball off the side of the house. But yeah, I started there. My mom loves music too, isn't a musician, but I mean, she was an entrepreneur and did all of her work out of the house, and all day long it would be Cat Stevens or Van Morrison or James Taylor, that kind of genre of music. So that was kind of always on in the background for my sister and I growing up. And then you think about, car rides, traveling from, we always went for, it seemed like every other weekend to Columbus, where my mom was from, about a 2.5 hour car ride. And we'd, just listen to that kind of music. I can remember getting in the car for school, and my dad we had this little Ford Taurus, and we had the cassette player in there, and my sister would be in the back seat and I'd be in the front, and she'd be like, turn the cassette over. Cause it was Sweet Judy Blue Eyes by Crosby, Stills, Nash. And that song is so long that we have to turn it over to her favorite part, the do 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 there at the end. So yeah, the music's always really been a big part of my life, just for my family. And then as I got older, I think I started to migrate a little bit toward, like hip hop and R&B and that kind of stuff, because it drove my dad nuts, because he'd be like, all that stuff, they're just copying the stuff from the 60s and 70s, it's just remade stuff. And then as I got into college, I kind of fell into a country thing and Drake a little bit, because Drake was just awesome during that time period. And then as I've gotten older, I think really, as I think about it, it's been more so as a bonding thing with my dad. I've kind of gravitated and worked toward, the Allman Brothers and the Grateful Dead, all those guys that he always liked and grew up going to their concerts, and he would always kind of try to push on me when I was a kid. And I'd like, no, I'm going to listen to this Tupac album. now is more of I think just really trying to be as close with him as possible, especially through this whole process. I've really gone back in time and started listening to all that stuff from the 60s and 70s.
That's a pretty wide range of music. Do you remember what your first concert was?
My first concert, yeah, I do. I remember my first CD too. My first concert was a Jimmy Buffett concert. My sister, me, and my parents. And I remember we were at some like tailgate there in Pittsburgh, and one of our friends' parents was like, "Hey, if you find these bottle caps with this on it, like if they're worth money," I think they were just doing it to get rid of us, so they could have a few cocktails. And we just walk around, and we were trying to find these little, I don't know if they were Miller Lite bottle caps. I have no idea, but we were searching for those for hours. And then, yeah, Cheeseburger in Paradise, all that stuff by Jimmy Buffett. Yeah, I remember being at that concert, and people had those Corona things on their head, like the whatever you call them, whatever you carry beer in. But yeah, that was an interesting first concert for me.
Well, what was your last one then?
Oh, you know what? The last one was like end of February, and I remember like being kind of worried about what was going on, because we didn't know a lot about the COVID thing then. Yeah, and I flew down to Pittsburgh with my dad, and we saw Tedeschi Trucks Band at Forest University, and it was awesome. It was really a great show. Derek Trucks, I think his uncle was the drummer for the Allman Brothers, so my dad was definitely really interested in that, and Susan Tedeschi is just awesome too. So that was a really cool show, and like we just missed the beginning of this whole lockdown.
Sounds like a pretty special memory when nobody's been to a concert since, right?
Yeah, it was special. I remember my dad looking over at me at one point. Again, we didn't know what was coming, but he looked. They were so good. He turned and looked at me and he goes, "This is freaking awesome." I was like, "Yeah." Yes, it was a cool show.
We had one of your teammates on here as well this evening, Drew Wolotarski, receiver, guy you throw the ball to and touchdown passes and all that. He's a pretty good musician. It's amazing about him is that he only picked up the guitar 2 years ago, and now he's writing songs, putting out singles. He really takes it seriously. And I'm just wondering what your thoughts are on what you've seen from him.
Yeah, I mean, when I first met Wally, my locker was right next to him when I came in, like week 19 there, and we started talking, and I overheard some people saying that they were going to go watch him play at Earl's, and I was like, "Oh, you're a musician?" Then he said, "Yeah, I just started playing, last year." And I'm like, "All right, cool." I didn't think much about it, but then, as we got to know each other, we talked more and more about music, and went and watched him play one time. And every time I'd come across something I thought would interest him, I would send it his way, and vice versa. But yeah, this entire off season, we've been sending stuff back and forth, and I know he's gotten really serious with his writing. And I think I think he liked to write before he even started playing. But yeah, I always love when he sends me lyrics and stuff. And he's got he's real deep soul. And I've kind of always been drawn to music like that too. So it's pretty cool to see what he can do. And I always tell him, man, I'm really jealous that you can be this creative. I really can only enjoy it. I can't think of stuff like that, but he's just, it's amazing the things that he's done in such a short period of time.
That's pretty cool. He's a California guy, but he came to Winnipeg because it allows him to be creative here, and he likes the music scene. So I think that says a lot about, what this city is like.
Yeah, I can't wait to experience it. I think last interview I did, they asked me how much time I get to spend actually, out and about in Winnipeg. And, for my time in the CFL, I've gotten to a little bit after games and before games, but I didn't get to spend a lot of time last year, and it was a really bad snowstorm, if you recall. So, yeah, I'm really looking forward to the summertime there. I told my wife, I've heard there's a lot of really nice patios and live music and stuff like that. So, we're really looking forward to it.
So one last thing, 2021, I think we all have a lot more hope for 2021 than we did for quite a few months here in 2020. What are you looking forward to most? And I guess I got to ask you, where are we going to see you on the football field? I guess that's the most important thing.
Oh, I hope so.
Yeah.
I mean, I think we're all praying and keeping our fingers crossed that the CFL gets it together and we have a season. Other than that, I'm really looking forward to being able to drive across the border to see my family without having to deal with, any government stuff like that. So, hoping, I don't know if an arbitrary day really is going to change things that much like that, but, I'm praying that the vaccines and things that are coming out are effective, and we can get back to some kind of normalcy and some kind of, freedom of movement so we can see our family and friends. That's really what I'm hoping for.
Yeah, that's a nice sentiment, Zach. And we really appreciate you being here. Happy New Year to you and all of your family, and all the best in 2021.
Thanks so much for having me on. This was great.
All right, more music, more musicians. Back at it, Hindsights 2020. Right now, I'm sitting down with man Breeze from New Frequency Music and Media. Bruh, how you do, man?
I'm doing really well, Taipu. How you doing, man?
It's
good. Been a long time.
It's been a minute, dude. I'm saying it looking good up in the back cave, though. The place has been busy.
Yes, it has been. So it has been.
You're kind of the king, like you're the king of the live shows out here. Your cover bands, your projects, the lyric, all over the place. You're constantly in the live scene. Different this year, huh?
Wow, that's an understatement of the year, Ty. Oh my goodness.
All right, so as a multimedia artist, you're expanding your repertoire. You got the photo lab in the basement now, and the Bat Cave is currently inactive, but you recently worked with a new artist. You want to tell us a little bit about Rayel?
Yes, that is her name, Rayel, Rayel. You can check her out on Instagram. I believe it'd be under Rayel Music on Instagram. A great artist, young artist, 18 years old, singer, songwriter. We just finished her first video and single. It's called A Stroke of Color.
Right on. And this year, I mean, you're typically really busy in the summertime and everything, knocking out all these live shows all over the city, kind of renowned for it. This year, Faux Fest seemed like I think that was my one opportunity. How about you?
Yeah. Well, that was, there weren't too many opportunities happening this summer, as you know. Faux Fest was one of them. What an awesome concept. I know I had you on that gig as well too, and we were basically doing a tribute to the music of Bob Marley. For anybody that doesn't know, Faux Fest, not Folk Fest, but Faux as in F-A-U-X en français. And it was done basically 100 people maximum. They went with all the COVID guidelines and mandates and stuff like that. They had food that was served. It was a great event, man. As you can attest to. You were there.
Yeah, big fun, man. Big fun, big vibes. And speaking of big fun, big vibes, and tributes, We've been hollering at the legacy of the big dog, Jerry Atwell, and I was wondering if you had a quick anecdote for us about the man himself.
Man, anecdotes. I mean, what can I say? I mean, I've known Jerry since the 80s, I'm going to say the mid 80s. So there was a time when in the Exchange District in Winnipeg, there were a whole bunch of those. Actually, where the Red River Community College is right now used to be a whole bunch of warehouses. And there was one warehouse in particular, 160 Princess. I'll never forget it. All the bands in Winnipeg used to rehearse there on different floors and whatnot. On any given Sunday, you'd be walk past there and all you'd be hearing, or any day for that matter, just getting blasted out with music. The windows would be wide open because there's no AC or whatever, blazing hot in the summertime. And you're yelling up, open up the front door. That's where I met Jerry at the time. And he was playing with a band called Voice of Boom. We hit it off from that spot on. And he's been like a brother to me, an older brother. And I don't know, man. Jerry is the man. I mean, we all know that. We've heard all the stories. He was my 411. If I needed to know anybody or needed to know anything, I'm calling Jerry. I'm calling 411. Beep, beep, beep. I got Jerry on speed dial, and he would have the answer.
He was the man on the link up, man. All right, so as we're talking about community and deepening connections and finding interconnections, New Frequency it seems like you're expanding. You've gone beyond dealing with what would be a typical artist. Can you tell us a little bit about your connection with Jenith?
Yeah, Jenith was brought to me through a friend of another friend of a friend. It's a Winnipeg thing, connections of connections. She has a really, really interesting story, and I think you guys have some video that you might be able to roll on the whole scenario. So, check it out.
Hey, little girl, you're gonna be okay.
Every single morning I woke up, and just as badly as I didn't want to have a drink, I needed to have one. I felt like I was in an abyss, like I was in a dark hole, and it was so difficult to get out. And having managed to climb out of it, I almost feel sort of a little bit like it's my duty to try and help other people out of it. Now, I try very, very hard just to live for today. I'm not gonna drink today. So in the last couple of years, my life has changed dramatically, and all for the good. I want to share the story about what it was like before and what happened and what it's like now, which I've done a little bit in talks and talking to people, but then I decided that wouldn't it be fun to write a song and sing it and make it into a video so that I can share my story to kind of a larger audience. And I've also always had a little bit of a fear surrounding singing. I feel like I'm conquering a fear at the same time. The song itself, I think, really, I'm just letting myself be completely vulnerable. So I've written a song about my life, about what it was like and what happened and what my life is like now. And my primary motivation for sharing it is absolutely to try and help other people that have addiction and to help people overcome their addictions, because it's just so possible to do. Singing was always a bit of a place for me to go when I wanted to escape, actually, whatever my circumstance was. My circumstances weren't always perfect or ideal. I would use singing kind of as a bit of a psychic refuge to be able to take myself away from where I was. This is definitely cathartic for me, yeah. Even the beginning parts of it. Just being able to go and sit with breeze and sing with someone else in the room is cathartic for me.
Working with Jenith was an absolute delight. As producer and artist, we really had to bond and allow her vulnerabilities to basically have a safe place so that she could express herself. There was a particular part of the song when it was time to perform the song that she really, really wanted to lock in on, and that was Adventures of Her Life Continues On, and the past needs to stay in the past and just right where it belongs. That was really important to her to actually nail that part because it meant a lot to her.
I'm okay that I'm a recovering alcoholic. I'm okay that I had kind of a chaotic childhood. I'm okay with all that now because of where I've gotten to, you know. And I feel like the vulnerability that comes with me with singing is just takes it to a different level. I've said this when I've told my story to people that I truly wish that I could take like 3 years of sobriety and just put it into a box, you know, and what it feels like, you know, and give it to people that are new. Because, you know, I promise, I feel like saying I promise, if you open up the box and just have a look and then close it, you have to put it away because it's a gift that you got to work for. But if you knew what it would feel like at 3 years of sobriety, you would fight and do every single thing you could to get there. Because it's a gift. It is a gift. And I wish I could give the gift to everybody. If I can actually have gotten through that and then come out the other side of it and excelled at many levels. I mean, I have my master's degree. I have 2 beautiful children that I love to pieces. My life is like a gazillion times better than it was. To be able now to go, no, I'm not just gonna sing. I'm gonna sing so that anybody can hear it.
You're beautiful mind.
If you or anyone you know is struggling with the disease of addiction, please reach out to somebody. Help us out there, and recovery is possible. I hope everyone has a happy and prosperous new year.
So there we go. New Frequency doing some powerful work, man. You know, connecting with powerful folk. This is Hindsights 2020. We've been sitting down with Breeze from New Frequency Music and Media. Thanks a lot for kicking it with us, brother.
Oh, you're welcome, man. It's my pleasure.
I'm so happy to have my next guest with me. He's one of my favorite people in the entire world. You'd be hard pressed to find somebody more beloved than this Juno Award-winning children's entertainer who will be tied to 4 little words for his entire life. The cat came back. The very next day. Freddie Penner, I miss you so much. How are you, sir?
Yeah, you too, Tazoid. I'm doing ridiculously well in the midst of all this insanity. I feel good. I feel, you know, I dropped you some notes earlier on today talking about how I've been. This is the longest stretch of time I've ever been off the road for multiple 4+ decades.
Yeah.
And it's a very strange experience. When this all hit, we were in the middle of the, as you say, the Cat Came Back tour, where the 40th anniversary was running across Canada. We had, you know, beautiful videos were created. It was the show was going well, and we got as far as Edmonton, and then at the Winspear Theatre, it all came tumbling down, and we headed back. My sideman Paul O'Neill and people on the road, they headed back to Winnipeg, and I came to the BC coast on Vancouver Island to a property that my wife and I bought here a couple of years ago, and now we are settled deeply into this rainy life and this half acre of green that we're stewards of. It's pretty amazing how this has unfolded, actually.
So, Freddie, I know there's a lot of Fred heads out there that we're looking forward to seeing you live. And I know because my wee beast and I, we tuned into your very first virtual one at the beginning of the pandemic. What else have you been doing virtually?
Okay, I guess every month or so, there's been a thing that has popped up. I know the Canada Council, they supported one. That's probably the one you're talking about. I've done an event for the Down Syndrome Society that you know is very dear to my heart.
Yeah.
And December the 20th, I did a Facebook Live event that was well attended. I got about 2,200 hits on my Instagram page, so that led to some pretty lovely connections. And I hope in the months coming, I'll do more things like that, virtual shots, even, you know, short concert, a visit. So we still are able to, you know, keep some kind of connection in the midst of all this this very strange time.
Well, you know what? It's so nice to just sit back and sing along with you and forget about the troubles and not worry about, that are around the corner, that may be around the corner. You know, I can't wait until you and I can share the stage again. And I want this COVID to be over because, you know what? you and Sheena and other people have been trying to get me to sing, and I made a promise this year, and COVID came along, and I'm going to keep that promise. I can't wait to get on stage and sing with you one day.
Oh, all right. That's marked on the list here. I would love that, Ted.
Did you see that I got my Fred Penner starter kit?
Yeah, that's working. It's working.
It's working.
Between you, me, and David Letterman, we've got the beard market cornered here.
Oh man, you know what's funny? Do you remember? I'm just going to sidetrack for a sec because that's how my brain works. Do you remember Wee Beast, my little Kyler, and for his 4th birthday, you gave him that? Here, Kyler. Here's a signed CD. You're doing the Big Daddy Taz and Friends. And you gave him that signed CD, and he looks. He goes, "Okay, Freddie, what songs are on here?" And you told him. He goes, "I don't like any of those songs."
That's right.
You can give this to another little boy that's going to listen to it.
That's right. Yeah, that's right. That was beautiful.
Well,
yeah.
Go ahead, Freddie. I was
no. Just those are lovely moments when you get truth from a child's mouth.
Yeah.
And that never throws me off balance. It's because that's your thought. That's the child's perspective, and I love hearing honesty coming from a child's mouth.
Zero filter.
Yeah,
I had a little girl up in the paw. I was doing a school up there, and she goes, "Where's your hair?" I go, "Pardon me?" She goes, "Where's your hair?" I go, "My hair." She goes, "Yeah, your hair. Where's your hair? Your hair, where would it go?" I said, "Well, it fell off." She goes, "Did it fall off or did it go get sucked in?" I go, "Pardon me?" She goes, "Did it fall off or get sucked in?" I go, "Why would you think it got sucked in?" She goes, "Because there's a lot of it coming out of your nose." I love
really?
that. Freddie, I've loved talking to you. I can't wait. We're gonna have to virtual visit a lot more than we have.
That'd be cool.
I can't wait. I hope your 2021 is full of so much love and laughter, and I appreciate you. I really do.
I appreciate you, Taz. Thank you.
No worries. Take care.
Happy New Year.
Happy New Year.
Hey everyone, we're here with Winnipeg Goldeyes General Manager Andrew Collier. Andrew, great to see you here. It's just been such a bizarre year for everyone, and I know for you and your business, it's been especially strange. A very different kind of year with the Goldeyes being on the road the whole time. How does a general manager fill out his summer when his team is on the road the whole time?
Yeah, it was certainly an interesting time for everybody, and for us, it was kind of strange because the beginning of June, I was convinced that we weren't going to have any kind of season at all. So I was kind of mentally prepared for that to try and do other things at the ballpark to fill our time. And then I got a call from Sam saying we were going to have a 60-game season, but we were going to be playing out of Fargo, and we were starting in 2 weeks. So everything that I had put on hold for all those months, not ordering jerseys and shirts and bats, and I had to do all that in 2 weeks. We had a trailer. Our radio guy, Steve Schuster, lives in Winnipeg. He's an American citizen, so he's allowed to go across the border. So we loaded up our trailer with all the gear that the team would need for 60 games. And Steve and Wes Darville and Victor Capian drove down to Fargo, and we're down there for the season.
Wow. Yeah. And you, before the season started, as I recall, you were doing other things other than your regular job, weren't you? Like, it was that kind of a year.
Yeah, it was very strange. I was the social media guy for a while, which is probably why it wasn't very good for a while. And then we actually got somebody who was a professional at social media. But we started to look at how can we use the ballpark within the current regulations, and we were fortunate enough to be able to get the go-ahead from the government to have up to 100 people in each section as long as they were separated. So we had over 50 teams from amateur baseball use the ballpark this summer, which was great. Between July and August, we had more than 25 games on our field.
How's the year been for your family? I mean, I think everyone has similar stories because it's just been such an incredibly difficult time. But, in general, how's it been?
You know what? It's been tough. it's been tough with the kids learning remotely for the last part of last year, and now going every second day. And my son's in grade 12, so it's a very strange grade 12 year for him, trying to get as good grades as he can, because that'll help him when he applies to colleges in the fall. And my daughter being grade 10, it's tough all around. But we're doing the best we can, just like everybody else.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Do you, let's talk a little bit about a little shift from sports. This being New Year's Eve is kind of a fun night to talk about other things, and a lot of our focus is music. What's your background in that, and what's your favorite kind of tunes?
My background in music, you know what? I think my earliest memories is singing American Pie with my dad in his cars. I think there's a cassette tape somewhere of me as a 5-year-old singing American Pie. I wouldn't want that to surface anywhere.
You can have that.
That would be interesting for sure. But that's my earliest memories. But my music choices are very eclectic. I go anywhere from Frank Sinatra to Eminem to Green Day to country music. I'm all over the place. There's very, very few genres that I don't enjoy.
It must be hard for Spotify to make a playlist for you then. They're all over the map.
Yeah, I'm way too cheap to buy Spotify Premium, so I just I listen to the radio, and I have some stuff on my phone.
Are you a concert guy usually?
Occasionally, it has to be the right one. I saw Green Day at Bell MTS Place, Marianas Trench. I saw there. Not really a concert guy anymore. I was when I was younger. Iron Maiden, Judas Priest, all the when I had hair, all the hair metal bands. I used to make the trip in from Portage with some buddies, and we'd go to the Scorpions, and you name it, we were there.
And did you have hair metal hair?
Oh, back then, oh yeah, it was long, blonde, crazy hair. Yeah, it's memories of the good flow.
Well, we can all. There is a reason why I'm wearing a hat. Let's put it that way. So,
yeah, me too.
But, it's funny because for me, I really miss concerts. I mean, I like and live sports. To be honest, as a sports writer, I'm normally at events all the time. A lot of Bomber games and Jets games and Gold Eyes games and golf and all kinds of sports, and haven't been able to do any of that except for a little bit of Jets in the summer. But I really miss the concerts too, and I think that's just been such a tough thing. The music industry has suffered so much during this year, and I just really, really hope that things turn around soon in that area.
Yeah, anybody in the event-based business right now are struggling. It's tough, and who knows when we'll be able to get going again. I feel for everybody that works for the Bombers, that works for True North, obviously for the Gold Eyes. We employ about 300 part-time. A lot of them are kids in the summer. A lot of them first-time jobs, and for them not to have that opportunity this past summer, it was tough. I felt for them because it's an opportunity for them to get some experience, not just make some money, but having the experience of having a job and the responsibility of having a job. And yeah, it was tough for them, for me to see that. And you know what, the sooner we get through this, the better.
And I guess just one more question for you. What are your hopes for 2021? Do you have any resolutions? I guess everybody tries to make those, but I have a feeling a lot of people are going to have the same one this year, and that's hope for a vaccine and a bit of normalcy.
Yeah, I think that's everybody's hope, is just to get back to normal and get back to working. And there's so many small businesses that are out there that are struggling and may not make it through to the other side. And I just hope they do. And the Gold Eyes are one of those small businesses that are out there. And I just hope we can get back to the ballpark and start playing some games, because not only do I work there, but I just love being there. I love watching baseball. I have since I was a kid, and I just want to see the stands with people in it again, enjoying a cold beverage and a dog and watching some good Gold Eyes baseball.
And how good is it going to feel when you see that first pitch? The next time you see the first pitch.
It'll be emotional for sure. Yeah, I'm getting emotional just thinking about it. Can't wait.
Awesome. Well, Happy New Year to you, Andrew. Great talking to you, and all the best in 2021.
Happy New Year, Ted. Good to talk to you.
Next, we're going to talk to the artistic director of the Winnipeg Comedy Festival, a comedian that's hilarious and a buddy of mine for the last 20 plus years, Dean Jenkinson. Dino, how are you doing, bud?
Hi, Tazzy. I'm really good. Good to see you.
It's good to see you too, man. I wish it was important. I wish it was in. It was. I was going to say I wish it was important. Wish it was important, but it's not. I wish it was in person, buddy. I mean, we go from seeing each other so often to not being able to see each other at all by law, right?
That's true. Although we could be Zooming every day. We could be FaceTiming all the time. We don't.
We don't.
I think that says exactly how much contact we really do want.
We really. I just. Well, I guess we can just end it there. It would be perfect.
No, this is nice. It's the first time I've talked to you in a little while, and that's perfect.
I'm sorry, I had you on mute. Go ahead.
And I love you. It's nice to see you.
Oh, I'm excited to see you too, buddy. It's been a big kick in the arse there with this 2020, the COVID. What are you doing to cope with the lockdown? I know as a comic, how fast did you realize that your career was on hold?
I mean, I guess right away, because you had stuff on your calendar and all of a sudden it was, you can't do it anymore. And so people are pulling the plug on you and telling you, no, we're not doing our event and this can't happen and this can't happen and this can't happen. So it becomes pretty clear pretty quick. Yeah, I was lucky because my sweetie pie has a wonderful job. And she and I had been growing closer over the past year. And when lockdown came, we decided, well, we can lock down in 2 different houses, or we could lock down in one house and be together. And I said, yeah, let's do that. Because I love your bank account and you. I love you.
I love that you're gainfully employed. That's the most important thing right now. Well, did you do the same thing that I did? Did you forget to take off every reminder of every flight and every show, so that every couple of days it was like bling bling? Oh, I could be here. I could be here. I could be here.
I think your calendar is busier than mine. I had a few things that I saw coming up, and I would say, "Oh, that's not happening," and I'd watch it go by, and then something else would come up, and I'd watch it go by. It was kind of like standing on the side of the road and just trying to hitchhike, and nobody picks you up.
Everybody's going in the wrong direction.
Exactly.
Right. Oh man. Like hitchhiking if you're a hitchhiking and you're an axe salesman, right? Just a whole bunch of. Please pick me up. I think it'd be awesome. So have you done any? I know this is a loaded question because I know you have. Have you? How have the internet shows gone? Did you end up doing a Facebook one to no audience? And
I've done a handful of them. Yeah, I was. In the spring, I said, oh my gosh, that sounds horrible. I don't want to ever do that. And then once I dived in and gave it a whirl, I was like, that was actually a lot of fun, Yeah. So my preference is to not treat it like a stand-up show, right? I know some comics like to try to set up something where they have a microphone and maybe a stand, and maybe they'll put a curtain behind them and they'll kind of hold the microphone and deliver like they would to a live audience. And I feel horrible doing that. I tried that once. So my preference is to treat them more like this. I'll put my laptop on the kitchen table. I'll sit down in a chair. At Christmas time, I had a nice tree behind me and I had a fire in the fireplace, and I just spoke to people like this, like I'm talking to you. I just sat there and I looked into the camera and I just talked to them like people, and it felt far more natural to me just to say, hey, I'm going to talk to you, and I'm not going to do this. And how about, hey, and you, and this guy knows, right? And try to look through the grid and I just kind of try to connect with everybody right through the camera like this. And it didn't feel half as horrible as I thought it would. It actually felt pretty good. And after I was done, I walked away going, oh my gosh, I missed that. I miss hearing people laugh because you could hear the laughter over Zoom. Yes. I miss feeling like I'm useful. I miss feeling like I have anything to say. I miss feeling like I'm funny, and it was a wonderful thing. So now I do them wherever I can, and yeah.
Yeah, I do the same thing. I was told by a couple agents, you got to stand up and deliver it. I'm like, no, why would I stand up? Because now I'm going to be this big on their screen when I'm like this and talking, and it's so much more intimate, especially when I'm doing my mental health things as well. Yeah. And I've always been, one of the greatest quotes I liked that somebody wrote about me. It's even though I'm on stage, it's like watching Taz sitting around your table playing crib with your family, right? And now this is what I agree. This is so much better because you can see it and you become a person, right? And then people are talking, and I don't mind when they can talk back either. It just becomes a giant conversation that they're paying me to have.
Yeah. And crosstalk isn't great. Like when somebody's like, no, I let the dog in. No, could you bring me a thing? Kids, you got to go to bed now, right? And then you're
I had that where I go, I don't know with the remote control. If you put it back on the couch arm where it was supposed to be, I wouldn't be having this conversation. I'm trying to watch the comedian, right? I was just like, okay, but we're like, I don't know. The mediator's trying to figure out who it is and things like that. So that's as a comic. Winnipeg Comedy Festival, it looked completely different this year, yeah?
Yeah, I mean, we were supposed to go in April, and nothing happened in April. So we pushed, we just threw a dart at the calendar and said, well, let's aim for, who knows, August. Let's aim for August.
The next A month we could, yeah.
Yeah. And at the end of August, we did some live shows outside. We did some live shows outside during the summer on the patio outside the Gas Station Arts Center. We did a handful of shows inside the theater at 14% capacity, right? The province allowed us to have 30%. And we said, well, let's just half that and make everybody feel super safe. And so that worked out to, sometimes we'd have 30 people in a 250 seat theater, and it felt amazing. It felt amazing. And I was amazed at how big those audiences felt. 30 people, just so happy to have some entertainment, and people on stage so happy to have an audience. It was really kind of magical. It was really kind of wonderful.
It was great. I remember stepping on stage and sort of looking out and going, oh, there's so many gaps in there, right? And then stepping on stage and not realizing that every seat wasn't filled.
Yeah.
And it was the love that the audience had for us and the love we had for them. It was just awesome. Like it was backstage with some tears going, I miss this so much. I'm glad we were able to do it. What's the first thing that you're going to do whenever we're allowed to,
do everything we wanted to do?
Yeah.
I want to go see a movie real bad.
Yes.
I want to go be in a movie theater and eat $8 popcorn and lots of people around. I want to go back to like those indoor recce kind of places like Activate, where you can run around and push buttons with the kids, or the rec room where you can go around, play a lot of video games and do all kinds of silly things. We started to do that before COVID took it away. And apart from that, I mean, we try to spend a lot of time outdoors. And so you kind of get to be around people a little bit. If you go to the park and there's other people in the park, you kind of feel like you're, but I think it's those indoor recreation things that I'm really looking forward to, like a movie.
That's all. I'm looking forward to car shows, getting together with my car guys, getting together with my comedy folks, and standing on stage and gabbing away, and I miss the interaction. One of the first things I'm going to do, I'm saying this to everybody, but it's true. I'm going to come give you a big old hug because I sure miss hanging out with you. Thanks, bud. I appreciate you being part of Hindsight 2020. I can't wait until we're able to share the stage again and laugh at each other's silliness.
Yeah, me too. And remind everybody, the calendar is going to change, and it's not going to be like flicking the channel, right? It's not like I can't wait for December 31st, and then this is all over.
Everything's going to be fine. Right? That's it.
Watch.
Perfect. Thanks, Dino. Love you, buddy.
Love you too. Take care.
So Hindsight's 2020. Now we're getting down with the man Dan Frechette, way down south at this point in time, but the dude's still linking and very connected with his roots.
Well, I'm from north of North Dakota, in case anybody knows or cares. Well, I'm from north of North Dakota, in case anybody knows or cares. Well, they say why not and why not? The rapids are grand up there. If you go to Fargo, got far to go.
So this is the cigar box guitar that was gifted to you. And oh, dude, you gotta show us that license plate, man. I remember those license plates.
Yeah, see? So this guitar, it's basically a 2020 model built by a guy named Bruce Norton, Norton. He builds these guitars called Nortune. And yeah, he's out in San Diego. And it's got some soul, man.
You're a very prolific artist, right? Over 80 CDs.
You know what happens is you get to these points in life sometimes where you have the equipment and you have the space and you have the opportunity and the time and the energy and all that. And right now I'm not touring, of course. And I just thought, well, you know, I have a huge backlog of songs from way back in the day, songs that I've always imagined in my head. I can imagine a band or a sound of drums or whatever. And so now that I had a drum kit until recently that was up in my space here where I live, and the drum set, I instantly got to work, you know, finally putting these tunes in my head. Like, it just turned into this thing where I just started feeling like, hey, I can forgive myself for doing all this overdubbing and just really every single track you hear, it's like just me putting my heart and soul and passion of that instrument I'm playing onto the song. So there's a lot of layers, and every album I try to mix them a little different so they don't all sound the same. Like that can easily happen. So like a lot of times I'll just wipe the slate clean when it comes to the EQs and stuff like that and start all over again, do a completely different stereo panning, different reverbs, you know. It's because you want to make every record have its own kind of personality. This whole shutdown thing, I mean, geez, it's like it's almost like enforced retirement or something, you know. You're just going like, wow, wake up in the morning and go, holy man, I just clear slate for the next few months. And it's just really weird because I love to be busy. I love to have tours, love to be on the road, love to, you know, play for people. Like that's really big. But at the same time, now I've got opportunities to share music in other ways, like online or through records. And yeah, it's been good. I have a Patreon account, which is where people can donate to me monthly. That really helps a lot. Every day, I just thank my lucky stars and, you know, just try to give the world music. That's what I'm trying to do, you know. I think that's what we're all trying to do, us folks on this show here.
What's the easiest way for people to get in touch with you?
Well, the problem with my Facebook is it's maxed out at 5,000 friends right now. So I have a Facebook account, Dan Frechette. You can always send a message to me through that. My website is ramblingdan.com, with rambling with a G. And you can actually email me through that. My email is on that website. And I have a really amazing music platform that I share all my albums on. It's called Bandcamp. And that's where I have all my 80 something albums. And what I really appreciate about them is they don't charge me to upload my music there. They don't charge me to host my music there. And they don't charge people to listen to you. Like you can listen to my records till the cows come home and you don't have to necessarily download them. But if you do, I get 85% of the money. And then because of the pandemic, every first Friday of the month, they have started doing a thing called Bandcamp Friday, where they give 100% of the proceeds to the musicians. And the one that just happened just a few days ago here, I basically have bought my groceries for the month from the Bandcamp sales.
This is us, Hindsights 2020, with the amazing, incomparable Dan Frechette.
Thank you.
Yeah, we done did it. Now it's time to get with it. We gotta bring up these vibes all the way live in 2021. We want to thank all y'all cats for hanging and banging with us. And we just want to ask that you please remember to support all of our local entertainers and our local venues. And while you're at it, please keep in mind the Jerry Atwell Fund and the Salome Mission. I am Ty Pooh, the one, Pooh Kona. Bless.
Cheers and Happy New Year!
Happy New Year!
Hey everybody, it's Kyle from Dirty Catfish. Just want to wish you a Happy New Year and all the best in 2021.
Happy New Year!
Hi, I'm Jennifer Hansen. I'd like to wish all of you a Happy New Year. I'm so grateful to be a part of the Winnipeg music scene, and I can't wait to see all of you in 2021.
Woo! Happy New Year! Have the best 2021.
Happy New Year.
Happy New Year from everyone at Winnipeg Comedy Festival.
Hey everybody, it's Joel from Dirty Catfish Brass Band. Have yourselves a great new year. Stay safe and happy in 2021.
Happy New Year!
Hi, this is Jake Turner. Happy New Year, everybody.
Happy New Year's, everybody! Woo! 2020 is over!
Hey everybody, it's Karen Bark from Luminous String Quartet. Just wishing you all a Happy New Year. Here's to 2021 being so much better than 2020.
Hey! Je vous souhaite tous une bonne année 2021 et plein de succès.
And Happy New Year, everybody. Let's hope 2021's a great one and we can all connect again.